Welcome, everyone, to another episode of the Melee Madness podcast. Hey, I'm Melee James, and I decided to change the text of the intro of the show, and it immediately fucked up. How's it going, everybody? How's it going, Kay? Are you excited?
I vote that we change it to Let's Melee.
Let's Melee? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah.
I like
Let's
that.
Melee.
Unironically, that's what you want?
Yeah.
All right.
Fuck it, we're doing it live. It's Let's Melee from now on.
Let's Melee. Yeah, let's do it. There you go. Fine. Fuck it. Fuck it. I tried fucking changing it. It broke. You're the executor or whatever. So we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it.
I'm murdering people.
You're the executor. What are you drinking there?
I am drinking Nitro Pepsi.
Every day.
Draft Cola.
Every day. Every day. You're drinking that. I'm drinking my fucking 2 liters of cocaine here. I am so excited. Kay, let me tell you something. This episode is fucking crazy. This episode is fucking crazy. There's so much shit going on. Last time on the Melee Madness podcast, it was like we were in a video game news famine. There was nothing happening in the world. Nothing. We were starved. We just needed that drip feed. That little hamster. You know the hamster thing? That thing. It was not working. And now it's like someone just unlocked that shit and the hamster is drowning. There is so much gaming news. There is so much gaming news. There is no fucking way we're going to get to it all. There is no way. So all we're going to do is we are going to try so hard to get through as much of it as we can. Some of this shit is so fucking cool that I want to get to it. So, let's not waste any time. Are you freaking excited? Are you ready? Are you hyped to hear about all these things? And also not hear about some of these things that I prepped because there's too many things that I prepped today?
I know about some of those things, and some things I'm like, I haven't read into this because there's been so many fucking things that are on the news. You know, like you see things on Twitter and then you're like, yeah, whatever, I'll read up on that later. And then 2 weeks later and it's like, there's so many other fucking things going on.
Yes.
That's how I feel.
That's the problem.
So there's things I know the headline and that's literally it. I've seen the headline a billion times. I have no idea about the details of the fucking thing.
Exactly. There's just so much. There's too much. There's just little headlines going across your screen. All right. With that, maybe, what do you think? Should we say hi to chat? Should we say hi to these people? Let's say hi to chat first. Let's do it. Are you guys ready?
Except for that one guy. We're not going to keep this bit going.
You can't do that every time. The people are, every time you single people out,
take it personally.
Everyone thinks it's about them. Everyone does. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chat, are you ready to bust with me today? We're busting with news, and busting makes me feel good. Let's talk to you people. First up, we got Triss in the chat saying Dermy's boyfriend, so true, and says, did Gal beat you yet? And as I said in chat, luckily Dermy stopped Gal from beating me, and he turned into an animal, just a fierce animal. And just like Belle, that's my fetish. So that's kind of why I made that post, by the way, is you know, great minds think alike. Me and Belle, we go for those hairy animals, folks. I don't want Dermy to fucking go into a weird naked human thing. I want him nice and furry. Insidious Bliss is in here saying, let's go. Sorry, what?
I said, the fuck are you talking about?
Insidious Bliss said, let's go. Let's go indeed, Insidious Bliss. Internet Crusader going, ah! Let Melee Madness. Yes, let Melee Madness. Kay, don't let me forget to fix it after, or else I'm going to go live the next time.
Let's
Melee. There you go. It pretty much worked. It kind of worked. Internet Crusader says, just steal the Smash Bros. Melee. That's true. We did do that. You did do that one time.
I may or may not have done that for the trailer. For the whatever award show.
Yeah, I remember that. That was good.
The announcer sound. Yeah.
Yeah, that was fucking great. Insidious Bliss says, hamster thing. You mean a penis? I guess if I say any animal and then thing, it implies penis, right? That's what goes to my brain first, is penis.
I don't want to think about you sucking off a hamster's penis.
I was thinking of the drip feeder that you get a hamster. That thing. You know that?
I'm stressed out watching this.
Good.
5 minutes.
Good.
You already look like you're chugging a cock.
Chugging. Big gulping. Oh my God. DJ's here saying, yo, and he says, James, the timeline had to be restored. What happened? Penis confirmed. Okay, it's everyone's saying penis. Everyone's saying penis. It's penis confirmed. Penis confirmed. Okay, should I put up a fucking poll?
Wait said, how are we on hamster penis already?
What's the hamster thing? Drinking bottle thing? Penis. There you go. Pulls up.
I don't even know anymore.
Poll is up. All right. It is time for our first segment. It is the plays of the week. Kay, what the fuck have you been playing this week? Or last week?
There's two things I've been playing a lot recently.
Okay.
No, I'm lying. There's one thing I've been playing a lot recently, and then one thing I was forced to play. So let's just talk about those two, because there's little things here and that. How did you not figure that out? How long did that fucking take you? I don't understand. What the fuck?
You were yelling at me what you were playing. That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can't wait to hear you rant about that because it's your favorite game ever, right?
I fucking hate it. Okay, anyways.
All right. Talk about
people
your
don't know what the fuck I'm saying, okay? I'm going to talk about a game that annoys the shit out of me, and then afterwards I'll talk about a game that I love. Okay. So the other day I was on Ladies' Night at Horny Alf's channel. He does this thing like once a month where he just gathers a bunch of the girls and we all play Party Animals.
Woo.
Now, I like hanging out with them. I like hanging out with Horny Alf, whatever. But I fucking have been clear. I hate Party Animals. This game is the most streamer bait, lame shit ever. I don't know why everyone likes this fucking game so much. It feels awful. And it's supposed to. Why do you have a game that is supposed to feel awful? I don't understand.
Now, you're like me. You liked Octodad, right?
Yeah, but Octodad had like a story to it.
Yes.
It was a whole thing. You know what I mean?
I agree with you. I hate this, but that's going to be the argument. That's going to be the argument is there's games that are intentionally feeling bad that are great. And I think Octodad was fucking great. But this is YouTuber bait. This is creator bait.
Like, okay, with like Octodad and like if you go into like Goat Simulator, that type of shit, it's funny. Okay? It's funny. Party Animals to me is not funny. Like, I try to find it funny, and once in a while it'll be funny, and it's because the people you're playing with. But James, you and I have talked about this before. I hate this like better with friends argument.
Yes.
Like the game is better because you play it with people, and it's like no.
I hate this argument because
I like people's personalities. That enhances the game. Like, who cares? Like, the game should be like I can play Mario Party. I can play Mario Party, and I can enjoy Mario Party.
Yes.
I don't have to play Mario Party with friends to like Mario Party.
This is my argument against better with friends. If you say a game is better with friends, you might as well tell me the game is shit. Because every game that has co-op is going to be better with friends. Every game that has multiplayer is going to be better with friends. So if the only thing you can say is, well, it's better with friends, that means like, oh, it can't stand on its own 2 feet. It needs like the artificial enjoyment of a social paradigm, if you will, to make it enjoyable. So then why wouldn't I play Halo? Because that game is amazing, and then you add friends into it, and it's amazinger. So
you can have like, okay, yeah, I love the experience of it with people, but that game should still stand on its own. So like even with Mario Kart, like I'm not a huge Mario Kart fan, as you guys know, but Mario Kart is still like decently fun to play, even by yourself, right? But like Party Animals to me is just garbage all around. I don't know what it is about that game. It just annoys the shit out of me. So it's pretty much, for those who don't know what Party Animals is, what?
I'm laughing at what you're saying. You are entertaining. Take the laughter.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
Yeah.
My problem with Party Animals is that the whole point of the game is to put people in situations where they're like, oh my god, this game is so funny, and look at this moment, and oh my goodness. And so like when you're playing the game, all of your movements are sluggish. The things that you're doing, you're trying to hit people, you get like punched once, you're just out for like 10 minutes, and it's like, haha, that's so funny, you got knocked out, and it's like, yeah, but I can't fucking do anything. I don't know what it is. Party Animals annoys the shit out of me. I will still play it with the Ladies' Night. Shout out to them. It's a good time, but I fucking hate the game. And I don't get why people are so obsessed with this game and why they think it's like a great game. That's what bothers me. I don't care if you say like, oh, I like to play this with people, whatever. Sure, I don't care. Play whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
But to call it a good game, it's not a good game. There's so many better like multiplayer games that you can play with people. this is not it. So, anyways, Party Animals. It's fucking annoying. I'm sure you're showing it on screen.
I have been.
I'm sure
I have
people are
been.
seeing exactly what I'm talking
Horny
about.
Alf's footage himself.
I think Lethal Company is way more deserving of its popularity, despite me not playing Lethal Company.
Yeah.
I think it's way, way, way more worth the popularity. I get the appeal of like the audio in the game itself, all that kind of stuff. Party Animals, don't fucking get it. Don't
Yeah,
fucking get it.
it's just I've never really gotten the YouTuber bait games, the games that have no reason to be successful. It's like pretty much one person that is like higher up the YouTube food chain will pick this game, and then their video will go viral with it, and then literally everybody else on the platform is like, I will get big too if I play this and pretend to enjoy it," and then it's like everyone swarms on it. Lethal Company, to me, I haven't played it yet, but it looks really good. That's a game that
Yeah.
kind of works in both realms, where it's a great game, but it also really works for content effectively. So you can play it off stream, you can play it on stream. It's just a wonderful time all around. But yeah, Party Animals to me is 100% just that YouTuber old school bait game where it's like nobody actually wants to play this for fun. No one actually is having a good time. It's like everyone's just here because they're trying to catch like a wave, and it fucking annoys me. It's super antithetical to what I try to play here, right? Like I will walk around the streets of Detroit and RoboCop alone silently for 7 hours on stream and be like, I don't care. This is fun to me.
Yeah, I mean, look, I guess the other argument you could make is that I enjoy Fall Guys, but Fall Guys is like a consistent obstacle course where you're going through elimination to get to the end.
Mm-hmm.
That to me has way more purpose, and I know James, you're not like the biggest Fall Guys fan.
No.
I don't like love it, but I enjoy it. I think it's good. I like the whole like what is it called MXC? You know that like extreme sports thing?
I
Like
love MXC.
to me that feels like it makes sense with Fall Guys. This game is just like you snap into mini games, but then the mini games are like really sluggish and awkward, and then you're just like constantly fighting over getting whatever the main item is at the time. Or somebody will get an item and then they're just OP and they keep hitting you, and it's like annoying. I just want to
point out though that you do play the best fucking character. You got the fucking alligator gang with the sunglasses. I just paused on that because like that's Yes. If there's one
because Alf took Garfield.
Is that licensed Garfield, by the way? It looks like off-brand, but it looks kind of like it could be licensed. It's like when they fuck up Lara Croft's like cup size, they fucking fucked up Garfield's girth here. But yeah. I think Alligator Gang wins, so I think that's super cool.
Yeah, and I like what DJ said. DJ came into the chat when we were playing on Sunday, and he's like, I'm just going to pretend Kay is playing as Vector. And I'm like, that's amazing. I love that. Yes, I'm Vector. Vector's from Sonic, if you don't know James.
I don't.
Yeah, he's the cool gator from Sonic. You know him from Sonic Boom.
I've seen him because I like his character design, because for some reason I like alligators and I like crocodiles. And
Bobby Kotick tipped $13.13. Lots of things are better with friends.
Yeah.
Cocaine, roofies, incest. The list keeps getting longer. Speaking of which, can you point me in the direction of Randy? Rattles a pill bottle.
Oh my god, Bobby Kotick, the Guitar Hero legend himself. Shout out him. He, like, if one thing is going to happen, either Guitar Hero is going to come back or Bobby Kotick's going to be fucking dead and buried. Thank you so much, Bobby Kotick, for coming in and super chatting us. And yes, I agree. Kay, did you hear that super chat? Lots of things are better with friends. Cocaine, roofies, incest. More on incest later. The list keeps getting longer. Speaking of which, can you point me in the direction of Randy? Rattles a pill bottle. Yeah, he's in my bathroom. Constipation watch is still ongoing. Yeah, I had to apologize for him. To him. He's still in the toilet. He won't fucking leave. We're currently in the process of getting a second toilet installed, but I have a feeling he's just gonna claim that one as well. It's fucking crazy, man. But thank you, Bobby. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Bobby.
And I hope you get your Guitar Hero dreams. I hope they all come true for you, Bobby. Thank you.
Okay, anyways, we get it, right? Party Animals is fucking annoying. I just feel like it's a mishmash of shit. It's a mishmash of like, how do we like make streamers popular? Like, to me, it's like YouTube Shorts the game.
Yes.
You know?
Yeah.
So I whatever. I'll keep playing it with them. They will really want to play it, sure, but there's way better out there.
I know that that's why it's like that's why I push for like Risk of Rain and stuff. It's like let's play good games. There's actually good games we can all play together, and they're fun.
Well, look, there's games that I will never play unless the community, like our community, asks us to, right? Or in this case, like being asked to go on another stream to play a game, I'll do it.
Right. Yeah.
Like Party Animals is not one of those games. And like, yeah, you and I have like a list in our own heads of like amazing co-op games, plenty that we haven't even like put down for community events.
Yes,
so many.
10%.
But you know, like, I'm not going to knock people who want to play those games. Like, some people are not as like invested in this like kind of space with like the intensity. Like, how many people really know Risk of Rain 2? Like, you'd have to be pretty intense in gaming for it, right?
I will teach them all.
But I'm just saying it might not be like the immediate game people think of, and that's fine. Like, but Risk of Rain is amazing. I'm sure you're going to talk about it later.
Nope.
You're not?
No, I got nothing. I'm sold. Everyone's sold. We have our Risk of Rainers. Shout out our Risk of Rainers in the chat. Risk of Rainers say yeah. So yeah, we've done it. We've sold people on Risk of Rain. We've played it. And I'm not talking about it. I mean,
I think like
I can. It's great.
I was gonna say a third of our Discord, but our Discord hit over 100. So actually, I think it's like 15 people. I want to guess are in our Risk of Rain tag on Discord now.
We're going to play it more. I want to play it more. It's great. But all the games I'm talking about are going to be roguelikes because, anyway, you still have another game. Okay. Yeah.
I'll go on my next game, and then we can go to your games. The next game I've been playing is a game I've played before, but I've just been in the mood for it. It's Fire Emblem Sacred Stones, a.k.a. Fire Emblem 8. I fucking love this game. I'm a big Fire Emblem person. It's a beautiful game. For anyone who's played the Fire Emblem games, I think there's like different categories of people. You have the people that are like into the old school ones, like whatever the Marth ones. You have the people that are in like the new wave, the Three Houses dating sim stupid shit. I will always laugh at those people. I don't care. Anytime you see me in a Fire Emblem conversation, I'm such an elitist with Fire Emblem. It's not like I'm not even ashamed to say it. I really am.
Yeah.
I'm awful to people that like Three Houses. I can't stand it.
You're a Fire Emblem snob, to be sure.
I am a Fire Emblem snob.
Everybody that likes anything, pretty much if it didn't come out, if it came out before the Switch, they're okay, right?
Yeah, so I would say Fire Emblem 7, or sorry, no, let's start Fire Emblem 6, which is Japan only, GBA. I haven't actually beat that one, so it's hard for me to like fully be sold on it. But it's amazing, and it's related to Fire Emblem 7. And so those two, I would say, are my favorite ones. And then Sacred Stones is also up there for me. That's the other one on the Game Boy. And then you go into like the Wii and the GameCube. There's Path of Radiance and Radiant Dawn. I think those are also great. Awakening is a 3DS one. I think it's okay. Like, it's a good Fire Emblem experience if you want to introduce somebody to a Fire Emblem. Because pretty much the story behind it was they thought Fire Emblem was going to kind of like go bust and not be a thing anymore. And so they put all of their resources into Awakening and ended up being like fantastic to people for that reason. That is the first game I ever bought DLC for, like fully, like bought everything for because of my obsession with Fire Emblem. So Awakening is not bad, but really to me, it's the Game Boy Advance ones, and then the GameCube and the Wii ones are pretty good too. But the Switch ones, I'm not liking at all. I don't like
the Wii ones have motion controls.
I don't think so. No.
Wow.
At least I've never used the motion controls in it.
Only Wii games without motion controls. You're kind of that's sold.
I don't think I've ever. You just hold the Wiimote like this, pretty much, and you play it like a controller. You don't actually like do anything.
You don't like go like this to make your characters walk,
it's a fucking strategy game. Like, what are you gonna use Wii emotions
I don't know.
with?
There's like romance and stuff. You could go like
jerk
this.
off to fucking get a critical.
Yeah, there you go.
So anyways, I'm playing Sacred Stones, and I always say like Fire Emblem 7 is my favorite one, but playing through Sacred Stones again, after having some space between playing the game the first time, I actually am getting more sold on it. And I'm getting to a point where I feel like it could be my favorite, which is insane to think about.
What?
Yeah.
You're having like a KOTOR moment like I did.
I am. I'm having a
Because
KOTOR moment.
I always said KOTOR 1 was like my favorite game of all time, but the last time I played KOTOR 2, it finally like aged enough that I'm like, I think it's 2. So is that what you're going through right now? That's fucking crazy.
I kind of am because Fire Emblem 7 I think is like it's an excellent introductory. It's got some of my favorite characters in the entire like Fire Emblem series.
Mhm.
Um but Sacred Stones, they add a few things. Like they have a map that you can go through and you can do like kind of like trial, like towers, like Mortal Kombat type shit.
Mhm.
But you can do like towers where you do maps and stuff like that. You like kind of farm XP in between battles. You can choose between the two heirs to the throne. So the story is pretty much like you're from a kingdom, it's being attacked, whatever, generic shit. But you can choose between the two children and like go between their paths. Fire Emblem 7, you can also go between the three paths of the characters. But I find it cool that there's just like this branch in the game where it's like, okay, which one do you want to go into? And I like the combat in this game a lot more. Like I like the extras that they've added to this game. Um, yeah, and the story I think is more intense. The more I think about this story, the more I'm like, oh, this is like kind of depressing. Like you're kind of seeing the fallout of war a bit more than you do in the other Fire Emblems. So I don't know. I'm having a tough time. I like the things that this game has introduced. They introduced the beasts into this a lot more too. You have like Ninian in Fire Emblem 7, but in this one you have like more dragon beast type characters as well.
Mhm.
So yeah, I love Sacred Stones. I think it's a gorgeous game. I think the soundtrack is actually better. I can't believe I feel that way too because I love Fire Emblem 7 soundtrack.
Your two
But
favorites are
listening,
both GBA, right?
yeah,
Okay.
it's all GBA. It's
Okay.
all GBA. So the
'Cause
sound
I love the
itself is the
GBA.
same.
I was just wondering if it was like because I mean the GBA for me elevated so many Nintendo IPs, so I was wondering if it was that, but it was already GBA versus GBA for you.
I'm still going through that thing. I think KOTOR is a really good comparison. Like I love KOTOR 1, I love KOTOR 2.
Mhm.
I love both of them. With this, I'm like, maybe I've just played Fire Emblem 7 too many times. Does anyone have that? Where
Yeah,
you're like, I have a
100%.
favorite game. This game is my favorite game. I can play it over and over and over again. And then eventually you get like, okay, I've played it too many times.
Yeah.
And then you play a game similar to it and you're like, this game's actually really fucking good. I like this game.
I think
I
that could
think
be
that's what
it.
I'm going.
Like that's kind of like what I have with like Metallica in music, where it's like they're
Yeah.
always gonna be my favorite band, but I don't remember the last time I listened to them. Probably their last album that came out, and it's just like I don't listen to them. I've heard all their songs to death. I know them front and back. It's not exciting at all to listen to them anymore, and so I get way
It's
more
like
excited.
old reliable versus like the exciting new thing, you
Yeah, there
know?
is nothing left to discover there. It's like we're an
Yeah.
old divorced couple and we're not even bitter against each other. It's just like, you know what? No, I want someone younger now. I'm sorry, nothing against you. It's just we've done every position that you can do. And so like with multiple people, so it's like I'm going to go find something new until I die. That's video games.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm starting to feel that. So I'm not determined yet. I'm still playing through it. I think it also doesn't help that I'm playing this on the Analog Pocket, and the Analog Pocket just makes the games pop differently.
Oh yeah.
And I had that feeling with playing 7 on the Switch. And the reason I'm not playing through 7 right now is actually because I have a no death run or a permadeath run that I'm doing on the channel, and I just haven't gotten around to
Mhm.
doing it. So I don't want to continue playing that game until I play it with everyone on stream. But I thought the Switch like version looked really pretty for Fire Emblem 7, and then playing the Analog Pocket. I haven't launched 7 yet, but I've launched 8, and I'm like, oh, this is even better. Like the Switch doesn't do justice to these colors.
I know. I don't know if it's just because we have the Pocket, but I'm leaning towards even if they release things on Nintendo Switch Online, if it's also like if it is a Game Boy through Game Boy Advance title or whatever, because we can also play like Super Nintendo games on there. It's like I kind of would prefer to play it on the Pocket. There's something
Yeah,
about
I'm
that
getting that.
Pocket, and even though I'll play it docked and everything, it's like what is it about this? And I
It's the
know that's
customization, I think. Like the screen looks really great on, well, I mean, I got the fucking thing right here, right?
yeah.
The screen looks great. It feels good in your hand. You put it on the dock. You choose what controller you want to use. On the Switch, like there's a lot of versatility with controllers. You can get your Power A's, you can get your Pro controller, Joy-Cons, whatever.
Mhm.
But I can hook up a PS5 controller to the Pocket.
Yeah,
And that's what I do.
but I think
right?
there is
So-
something to be said about the visual fidelity of it. Like there's something going on in there, and like I mentioned before, I talked with Franchan about it, and he was saying that like there is like certain chips in the hardware there in a Pocket specifically that alone will cost $150, and that's why it's so expensive. And so it is warranted for its price. And yeah, things look good. Like I think one of the first things I did is I loaded up Metroid Fusion, which I beat Fusion just a couple years ago again on the GameCube player. So with the actual cartridge, putting it in the GameCube player, and I'm just like, this looks like a fucking upgrade. Like this looks upgraded, and like I know Metroid Fusion, it's my favorite Metroid. Played it a lot. I played it my whole life. Something about this just looks better. Colors pop more. Things look crisper, look nicer. And I felt that way for like all my childhood games playing on the Pocket because I still have them all.
Oh, Maximum Carnage. Mwah. It looks so good on there.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, man. Anyways, I don't want to talk too long about the Analog Pocket. You guys will hear me talk about it more, and we've got like a billion news stories.
Yeah.
But
Well, I'll just
I'm
be
still playing
honest,
through Sacred
the news
Stones.
stories, it's like whatever we get through because there's so fucking many. So let's I'm
Oh,
ready.
we'll get through a bunch of them, I'm sure. But yeah, it's Sacred Stones. I'm really debating whether or not it's my number one Fire Emblem now. So if you want to know more about that, I guess talk to me on Twitter, because every once in a while I'll send out a tweet when I'm just like kind of playing. I'm like, damn, I really fucking love this game. So probably hear more from me there.
You're just like that guy in Tenacious D. They told me not to say it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. I fucking love this game, and you just say that over and over and over again. Perfect.
It's just one of those things, right? Like like Mike Matei gets inspired to write a blog every once in a while. I kind of get like that every once in a while when I'm playing a game.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I want to talk about the right moment. So Twitter is just easier.
That's true.
Anyways, I love Sacred Stones. It's great.
Perfect.
Go ahead, James.
Perfect. Well, you got some Sacred Stony questions, so I'm going to catch up with chat, and then we can get to mine, because I'm about to rant for several hours about roguelikes. So let's go check in with the chat again, and then I will talk about my plays of the week here. Senior Smelly over on Twitch says, what do you call a guy with no arms or legs and a pile of leaves? Russell. Do I have to read that? I'm slow. What do you call a guy with no arms or legs? Russ, do you get it? Do you get it? Help
Is
me
it
out
because
here.
he's rustling in the leaves?
Russell? Yeah, I think so. That makes sense. Thank you for chatting for the first time, Senior Smelly. I'm terrible with jokes. My humor's all shock
Me too.
humor. Thank you for that.
Same though.
Dude 1286 is over on Rumble saying, just finished my stream for the night. Finally finished all the S ranks for Dante Must Die for CMC4. Congratulations,
Nice.
buddy. He says, did me sending those achievement lists get you back into the Fire Emblem mood? I assume not, because you're playing it on the Pocket.
No. I was playing, dude. Okay, so they were doing their achievement show, Nerdy Neo's channel. Go watch it. It's actually fun to watch, even though I fucking hate achievements. I'll still watch them. I'm honest here, guys. For better or for worse, what have I done today? I've shit on the other event I went to, Horny Alf's thing on fucking Party Animals, and I'm shitting on but I still go. I still watch. I still
shitting on
participate.
Disney princesses that commit bestiality.
There you go.
Yeah.
But no, I was playing Fire Emblem for like a little bit, and then dude messaged me. Dude asked me a question while they were streaming, and he's like, "Would you rather James ruin your favorite game, or you get 100% achievements in a game?"
What?
In like your favorite game.
Oh, ruin it as in like I would play it and talk shit about it or something?
Yeah. Like our experience together with Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? Like,
Right.
would I rather go through that again, but with Fire Emblem, or would I rather just do
cathartic.
the achievements for Fire Emblem? Is essentially what he asked me.
Right.
So I was playing the game before, but he asked me that question, and I was like, you know what? I think I'd rather do the achievements. So I got a flood of DMs from dude being like, well, here's the achievements for this Fire Emblem, and I like looked through. And I was like, these are so fucking easy. Like, half of these I do just by, like, launching the game. Like, it's like, go to this chapter and reach this level with this character. And it's like, I use this character all the fucking time. Like, of course they're going to reach that level. Like, stuff like that. So I'm like, I could easily 100% this. So no, I have not been doing the Fire Emblem achievements, but I am tempted. He tempted me with that shit.
Interesting.
He
Okay.
tempted me.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see if we're probably a year, 2 years tops away from the Switch successor, it'll be interesting to see if Nintendo finally relents and adds achievements. I kind of don't want them to. I kind of
Don't do it.
Yeah.
Don't do it, Nintendo. Stay pure. Stay pure. Be that Kirby with the fishing line.
Yeah, just stay in your lane, stay cozy. I love God. Now you just made me want to play Forgotten Lands again. That game is so fucking good. Fuck, man. I sped through that game in like 48 hours because I loved it. It was so fucking good. It's pretty
because it's like your Odyssey of Kirby, right?
It
like,
literally is Odyssey for Kirby. It's literally.
I saw the fucking car and I was like, I'm just watching Odyssey. It's the same engine, isn't it? It's not.
That's the only thing I have to say that's bad about Forgotten Lands is Odyssey is better, and they're so similar. They're so fucking similar. It hurts. But Forgotten Lands is so good because it's just more Odyssey, but with Kirby. And I love Kirby. I love Kirby so much. You can shoot people in the town. They wave at you and you shoot them in the fucking head. It's great.
Why would you shoot them? You're Kirby.
You're Kirby.
You're supposed to be a nice guy.
Not Kirby. He's the eater of worlds. He's the mass destroyer. Everyone is sunshine and rainbows in the Kirby universe. I'm wearing Waddle Dee socks. Wait, I shouldn't say that.
Why?
I'm wearing Waddle because I'm saying Waddle Dee socks. I'm wearing Waddle Dee socks right now, but I don't want another foot inside. I don't want
that.
It just popped in my head.
You can just take off the socks, sir.
That's thank you. Right, that's right.
Right? Like, but anyways, I'll never get over that one thing with Kirby when you and I were finishing not Epic Yarn. What's the one that we were playing on?
I love Epic Yarn so
No. But wait, what is the one we played on Switch? Fuck. You know, for the roulette that we ended up beating that Kirby game on stream.
Fuck. There's like a billion Kirby games.
There's so many.
Yeah.
It was so cozy. It was so fucking cozy for so long, and then you and I are on stream with it, and we're like, why is this getting intense? What the hell's going on? We're like fighting God.
Yeah, literally every Kirby game. Level 1, eat the apple, have fun. Level 2, destroy God. Or at level 99, destroy God. Like, every Kirby game is like that. Forgotten Lands is the same way. That's the only... like, Forgotten Lands is such a breeze until you get to the final boss, and then suddenly it's like, I have to focus? Oh my God.
That fight was so hard.
Yeah, well, like they all like Kirby always ends on like death, destruction, destroy. It's fucking crazy, man.
Anyway, sorry, keep talking.
Dude says Fire Emblem could have used the Wii pointing controls to say which spot to send your unit to. I'll send my unit with some motion controls.
Yeah, but then that would be kind of obnoxious. I don't. You know what? I could see it.
Motion controls. I hate motion controls.
I'm just like envisioning in my head, like you're fucking like standing there like this, and you're going like this, and your hands shaking, and you see the fucking cursor shaking, and you're like just trying to go on a spot, and you're like this, and then you try to you finally click the spot, and it's like off of where you're supposed to be on the grid, so you like can't click there, and then you're still shaking.
This is my problem with motion controls. Man, this game would just be better if it didn't have them.
I saw Compa mentioning my hoodie, so I'm just gonna show it now because I'm standing.
There you go.
Look at that.
There you go. You're T-posing. Enjoy it.
I am T-posing. I'm a gamer.
Let's see here. Wait, how's it going? Wait, he says, how are we on penis already? Curse dry weeks. Oh no, you're not drinking right now? How are you even watching this? Wait. How's it going? Paul's here. How's it going, Paul? DJ says, yes, Kay, I get the same BS argument when I complain about the Borderlands games. I really hate Borderlands 2 and 3, and I always get the retort of, but my co-op funsies. And that's the thing. It's like, or we could just play a game that's already fun in co-op. Like, that's my issue. It's like, it's like this argument of like, are games that have co-op not fun unless you play the co-op? No, there's games that are fun, and then they're elevated to another level with the co-op. So yeah, that's my issue with them. Fuck Borderlands. Nerdinio says, Melee Madness tonight? What a treat. Oh, you're too much, Nerdinio. Thank you. I appreciate it. Jerry Crow says, I love roosters. I love roosters too, Jerry.
We all love roosters, right?
Dirk is mooing at us. Well, moo to you, Dirk. Gino says, penis is always the way. When in doubt, penis. Dirk says the sus train. Gino says the bonk train. Internet Crusader says, is it my turn to drive the sus bus? All aboard the sus bus. Paul says Lethal Company again soon. I should get in on that. Gino says the best party animal game is Gang Beasts. Prove me wrong. I have not played that one, but I have heard that argument.
That's part of my problem. That's part of my fucking problem with party animals is it's literally just Gang Beasts. And it's the one that got popular. Gang Beasts came out like a few years ago, and I was like, this is the same fucking game.
Yeah.
So why is it that Party Animals is magically the good one when Gang Beasts is like an identical fucking game?
And there's so many developers that try to chase that dragon of like, we're making a game just to try to get a quick buck and like ride the YouTuber creator wave,
hate
and they fail, and they all should fail. Let's see here. Nerdinio says Borderlands is boring without friends. I agree. It's boring, and it's fucking actually not boring. To be boring, I'd have to be bored during it. I'm filled with fucking rage while I play Borderlands because I'm constantly reminded of Randy Pitchford. And Nerdinio says, I played through Borderlands 1 and 2 solo, and they were both very boring. Insidious Bliss is dropping those umbrellas for our Risk of Rainers. Risk of Rainers say, yeah. Gino says, I enjoyed 2 solo. All the funny voice lines and story were funny, with or without friends. Well, I guess writing subjective, because you know that scene in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood where Brad Pitt is like shoving that girl's head into the fireplace repeatedly until it's just a bloody fucking mess? Anytime I hear Claptrap talk, that's where my brain goes, is I just want to fucking take Anthony Birch and just fucking Anthony Birch, if you're listening to this, I will literally box you. Wade says, I did Borderlands 1 and 2 co-op. The humor didn't last well, and it felt like we needed to get lucky RNG with the loot drops to compete with each other. Only exception being the Borderlands 2 DLC, which is D&D based. That was great. Gino says, my Borderlands 2 buddy did a lot solo and then duped the best gear for us. Well, that's fucking some hacks there, ain't it? Insidious Bliss says Fire Emblem Awakening is the best because of one word, Tharja. Don't know what that means.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Gino says, I've never played Fire Emblem. It sounds like Kay would probably recommend Sacred Stones for you to jump into.
No, I wouldn't. No, jump in with Awakening.
Oh. Nerdy Neo says JRPG, and he's sleeping. He's a sleepy boy. Gino says, not gonna lie, the hood on Melee K looks like she's about to execute Order 66. Do what might be done. Wipe out all of the YouTuber bait. Do it. Internet Crusader says Order 67. Gino says, I just beat Mario RPG again. Good lord, man. That's like the 800th time. Kay, Compa says, Kay is looking like an emo waifu right now. You look like Amy Lee from Evanescence. I just hope you don't ruin my entire life just like she did with the lead singer of Seether. Fuck Amy Lee. I hate her to death. Internet Crusader says, I tried to beat Sonic 2, but my fucking Genesis crashed. No! Nerdy Neo says, how many times is that, Gino? Internet Crusader
crashed.
His Genesis crashed. How
does your Genesis crash?
It probably overheated. Chip malfunction. I don't know.
Yeah, they do that a lot. Yeah.
But then why'd you ask?
I don't know. My brain is like so in modern gaming that I imagine the like report a problem. Your PlayStation is shut down. I think
you're the one that had a Genesis blow up.
Yeah, I was playing X-Men 2 Clone Wars. And all of a sudden I'm like, what's that smell? That's weird. And I see this thick fucking smoke coming into my room. I'm like, what is going on? My Sega Genesis exploded. It didn't like explode like a fucking, like bang explosion, Genesis like a fucking gender reveal party. But it like smoked up, and it was like thick smoke, and then it made a sound and never played again.
Genesis does what Nintendo don't, as in Ted Kaczynski would love to fucking mail you a Genesis, and it'll become a homemade bomb. Nerdy Neo says, how many times is that, Gino? Internet Crusader says, it's fine. I restarted it, and it works fine. It's fine. But it was like 5 to 7 emeralds by the end of Emerald Hill, and it crashed on Hilltop. Maybe Eggman reset your Genesis. Maybe it didn't actually crash. Maybe there was an invisible Eggman sneaking in your room and went...
The Mean Bean Machine himself.
Hell yeah. Gino has beaten it 10 times. Good lord, and I haven't beaten it once. Gino says, is Kay's pocket full of miracles? Dear lord.
It is.
There you go.
It is. This thing is a miracle. Buy one. Buy one, trust me. It is great.
You sound like
Did you grow up in this era of gaming? Well, we're not sponsored by... I don't want to get sponsored by random fucking people.
We're not sponsored
I have to be like, yeah, this system is so great, and just for you guys, we are gonna give you a special code Melee Games, and you'll get 15% off your analog pocket. There's tons of colors. This is the color I like. It's blue, like Melee Games. No, we're not doing that shit. Fuck off.
Instead, we're in crippling debt because of the pocket. Get me that James Rolfe Soylent sponsorship. That's what I want. Because everyone knows
if we ever get ads for anything, we have to be like fucking funny about it. Like if that company can't handle us being funny and
Well,
making
that's the
fun of
thing.
them, I refuse. I'm not accepting it.
I could
I'm not
do.
gonna act fake. I'm not gonna be like, yeah, I love this brand of headphones. They are the best headphones. I listen to video game music on these headphones. You can listen to tracks like Mega Man 2 songs.
Fuck them. Here's the thing: if we get a Soylent sponsorship, I can deadpan that shit, and it'll be funny still. Like literally just line for line
Sure,
delivery,
yeah,
and it'll be
I-
fucking funny. Elvis is here. How's it going, Elvis? He says I can take or leaf that joke. Dear Lord, man. Oh my God. And Gino says yes because he's ruffling in the leaves. My fucking God, y'all. Chat is popping. Chat is popping here. I'm gonna catch up with you guys again in a minute. But let's get into my rogue like madness. Where did fucking chat leave off? Oh my God. Okay, it was right. Yeah, right here. All right. So, here is what I've been playing. I've been playing and partying like it is fucking 2011, folks. Now, which game am I going to start out on here? Let's start out on you know what? Let's start out on Dead Cells. We're going to start talking about Dead Cells. So, I haven't streamed this actually, but Kay for Christmas got me Dead Cells Return to Castlevania Edition, which you're seeing on stream right here. And it's good. Here's the thing about roguelikes is I've played a whole fucking ton of them. You saw me stream Doom Infinite. I'm going to talk about that in a minute. But Dead Cells is interesting. It's really, really good. I really, really like it, and I really recommend Dead Cells. But I'm specific. Okay, bought it specifically for me because of the Castlevania DLC. And oh, well, hold on. No one can see that. There you go.
I know, that's why I showed it to you. But
There you go. So yeah, it's not only did she get me Return to Castlevania, but they even themed it to look like the Symphony of the Night cover, and it's got the classic. That's actually like the PAL style PlayStation PAL box, and like everything on there. The details on the bottom there look like PS1. It's honestly the box is like the best part. Not gonna lie, it's fucking great.
it's got a classic sleeve as well. I'll show off, but that's just the regular art. But I like that more. I like the PS1 more.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Oh, the
it's got that
PS on
classic art, and then it's got this.
the homage to Symphony of the Night on there is really cool. But I
100%.
don't. I got to be careful with how I recommend this game. That's why I want to talk about this game. I recommend Dead Cells a lot. I am loving it a lot. The Return to Castlevania DLC for Dead Cells, not really. Not really. Kinda. Here's how it is. Dead Cells is a great game. And then they released this Castlevania, Return to Castlevania DLC. Here is how this DLC feels. It feels like if I went to you and said, hey, what music do you want to listen to at this party? And you're like, oh man, I would love to listen to some country music. And I go, okay, cool. I have a playlist of 300 songs. 10 of them are country songs. You may hear a country song in this party, maybe. That's what the Castlevania DLC feels like, where it's just kind of sprinkled into the game, and there actually isn't a lot of it. There isn't a lot to the Return to Castlevania DLC, and so they pretty much milk it for its name solely based on the fact that, one, it's Castlevania, and then this game is so big, this game is so huge even without it, that just getting a little glimpse of a Castlevania like footnote here and there is enough to justify it, but it's not. If you actually look up reviews for Return to Castlevania on Steam, a lot of people are complaining because it felt like it was going to be its own kind of game, and it's like, no. You are just getting this woven into the existing Dead Cells game, and it is a bitch and a half to fucking get to it. On top of that, it's like the latest DLC, so even if you do get to it, if you're playing like I am, vanilla, and trying to get to the Castlevania content, if you do manage to get to it, by luck, it's fucking hard, because it's assuming that you're already like an expert at Dead Cells and you already have all the upgrades and everything. So I was playing it earlier, and I'm having a blast. I'm actually enjoying just the base game, but I specifically want to play the Castlevania stuff at the same time. There's no way just to launch the Castlevania stuff. There's no way just to, like, standalone that shit. And here's kind of how you have to go about it. I've beaten... There's not a lot of content. There's only 3 new maps that are Castlevania themed and 2 bosses. And not really spoilers because they advertise it this way. But first boss is Death, and then the second boss is Dracula. And I've beaten Death, and I've gotten to Dracula, and to get to Dracula takes for fucking ever. What you have to do is you have to start the game. You pretty much have to start the game, beat 2 out of the 3 bosses in a run. So you have to go through roughly 4 maps. You have to ignore any Castlevania content and intentionally skip it until you beat that second boss, and then you go for the Castlevania content after that, and then you can have the chance to fight Dracula if you can make it through those stages. And fucking roguelike fashion, it took me like 2 hours. I got to Dracula. I didn't know what the Dracula fight was going to be like, and I was overpowered as shit. Typical roguelike, Dracula looks in my direction, he one-shotted me. And I'm like, oh, great. So now if I want to do that again, I have to go through another like 2 hours and get lucky to fucking just see Dracula again. So that's kind of how it is. Another issue with the Castlevania DLC is the dialogue is super fucking cringy. I didn't know this until I started playing it. But Dead Cells, the gameplay is super fun, super tight. You're seeing it on your screen right now. Super fast-paced, side-scrolling, chop-chop action. When you get overpowered, it feels so satisfying and good. But there's also, it's kind of got that feeling of anything could kill you at any time if you look in the wrong direction, so you have to constantly focus and keep everything going. The gameplay is intense, crazy, fun. The dialogue in the game is punny and cheesy and lame at best, sometimes outright cringy, and that goes especially for the Castlevania dialogue. Here's the thing. Here's what I recommend story-wise about the Castlevania stuff. It is literally a sequel. Not a good sequel, but it is a sequel to Symphony of the Night. No joke. No jokes about it. That is the Castlevania that they reference throughout it. There is little nods to other things here and there, like an Order of Ecclesia nod, I noticed. But the story and the characters and the castle and everything primarily are revolving all around Symphony of the Night. And as Kay showed, that the box art is all Symphony of the Night and everything, and all these characters from Symphony of the Night play a main role. So that's cool, because Symphony of the Night's the best Castlevania ever, and maybe the best Metroidvania ever. At least it is to me. So it's hard. It's hard because I do recommend it if you are a huge Symphony of the Night fan, but you have to also make sure that you're more sold on Dead Cells. You're not getting a Symphony of the Night sequel. You're not getting a Castlevania-themed roguelike. You are getting a roguelike with sprinkles of Symphony of the Night throughout it, and you have to enjoy that base game, or else you're not going to have a good time, and it's going to be really frustrating. Really, really, really frustrating. And I've seen a lot of people complain about this that never played Dead Cells, went and bought it specifically because they're Castlevania fans, and they fucking hate it. But then there's fans of Dead Cells that already have 400 hours in the game. They're like, oh, this is great. I get some Castlevania stuff. That's neat. So, super mixed bag. Super great at parts, but yeah, like I said, it's like playing shuffle at a party and you really want to hear one song, but good luck actually fucking hearing that song. Roguelikes. But yeah, I think that was a good summary. Kay, do you have anything to say on all that?
Here's my question to you. Why wouldn't you just play Bloodstained?
Yeah, exactly. So why wouldn't you just play Symphony of the Night again? Because it's not like this is canon carries on the story and it's super epic and impressive. Like I said, the dialogue is very tacky and cheesy and kind of cringy, and it's kind of cool to see these characters. Some of the references, I'm like, oh shit, that's the thing, and that's super cool. But then when you actually talk to the characters, it's so lame. So it really has to be that you're sold on Dead Cells as a roguelike first, and you also enjoy Symphony of the Night and or Castlevania. Otherwise, I would say just play Symphony of the Night again, or play one of the many Metroidvanias in the Castlevania genre. Because
am surprised.
There's no Castlevania roguelikes. This is as close as we've gotten, but it's not close enough.
this was one of the few Christmas gifts I actually spoiled the price to you on because I was surprised.
Hmm.
Not that I cared how much I spent on it, but this used cost me like $50,
And
and I
that's
got a
all the
pretty good
DLC.
discount on it. But isn't Dead Cells base game like you can get it for like $20 sometimes? Like I'm just surprised that this is packaged for what was in it. And I know it's hard to measure, time, benefit, money, all that stuff, because everyone has different experiences and whatever, right?
Hmm.
And what weight they carry to how much they spend on games. But to say that like the DLC almost matched the price of the game itself when it was like so short, I was just surprised by it.
Yeah. So I haven't beaten the Castlevania DLC, but I have so far seen everything there is to offer in terms of
Yeah.
levels and content. I still need to beat Dracula. And there's a bunch of like items that they put in that are Castlevania themed and a bunch of skins. So I just unlocked the ability to look like Alucard. I also can look like other characters from Castlevania games that I won't spoil all of them. I'm looking at the price right now, and if you buy that bundle on Steam, it is $50 for the base game and all 4 DLCs full price, and that will be cheaper, obviously, during a Steam sale. I think the next Steam sale
Yeah.
is March. But yeah, it's weird. It's weird because like, I know people that are big Castlevania fans. I know Elvis is a huge Symphony of the Night fan. He's the person that got me into Symphony of the Night. I was like a casual Castlevania fan before that, and he's like, this is the one to play. And I will thank him forever for that because it is like literally one of my favorite games ever now. So he should play that. And if you're also a huge Symphony of the Night fan, you should play it. But if for whatever reason you don't feel like getting into another roguelike, because they are a lot to get into, then maybe you don't want to get into it because the Castlevania content is very sprinkled, very, very, very sprinkled throughout. And also, even if you do manage to find the perfect route to get through it, which may not even be great, you may want to just enjoy it as it comes along. There's not a lot of it. I can read it out right here. It is
Well, do
two
you
new.
want to read it out just in case people want to figure it out on their own?
I mean, it advertises it on the store page.
Oh, okay. Okay, if it advertises.
So
yeah.
it only has 2 new levels, 3 new bosses, a bunch of outfits, and a new storyline. Not really true, and new enemies, but the enemies are really just reskinned enemies from the base game, made to look like Castlevania enemies. The new weapons are great. I won't spoil them, but yeah, it's weird. It's a weird. That's why I wanted to talk about it. Is this a weird thing? It's a really weird game. It's in a weird state, and it's really, really good. But for all you Castlevania fans, it maybe is not. It might be really frustrating and disappointing. But
I
yeah,
hated the dialogue.
it's super fucking cringy. Yeah,
It's like it's just so cringy. I just don't care.
it's
And
everything
like
has to be a joke.
it's
Everything
like
has to
very
be a fucking.
Deadpool,
Yes,
you know?
very
Ugh.
Marvel, and it's like Castlevania should not be this way. Castlevania should take itself seriously, but it's too
Yeah.
self-aware. And yeah, and so if you have a lot of love for these characters, all the characters from Symphony of the Night, you might hate it just for that reason. You might fucking be like, fuck this. I mean, nothing will be as bad as what the fucking anime did, but yeah.
Yeah, no one got fucked in the ass here.
So far, Alucard has not had a gangbang forced upon him in the DLC. I will let you guys know the second that I see Alucard take it up the ass. I promise you. Jesus Christ. So, carrying on with roguelikes, the second game I played, and I streamed it for all you guys, was Doom Infinite. And good lord, good fucking lord, this game was so fucking good. Just like I said on stream, oh, I fucking went on the worst level ever. There we go. Just like I said on stream, I've played a lot of roguelikes for some reason. There's something addicting to them about the one more run, everything's self-contained. I'm a hardcore masochist, so I like how they punish you. Like literally today, I was so fucking mad, but I kind of appreciated how mad I was with Dead Cells that I worked so hard to get to Dracula, and then he just backhands me and one-shots me, and it's like, nope, come again. Fuck you. and everything I worked for was just gone. And I'm like, you son of a bitch, fuck you. Forgot to mention, by the way, that the reason I like Dead Cells is it's really good with its meta progression, which is an issue that I do take with this game, Doom Infinite. But here's the thing. I've played a lot of roguelikes. Binding of Isaac still may be the best roguelike I've ever played. I've played a lot of shooters. They're my favorite genre ever. I sometimes call Doom the best game ever, period. I have always tried to find the best roguelike shooter. And I've played a lot of them. Like, I have bought random ass ones on Steam, like Killing Room, just to be like, maybe this will be the one. So I've played Strafe, I've played Ziggurat, I've played Gunfire, we've played Risk of Rain, and Risk of Rain was probably my number one, but that was a third-person shooter. And I still have problems with Risk of Rain. Here comes this little mod that I heard about a couple months ago called Doom Infinite, and it is Doom roguelike. And it's like, oh my god, you telling me the gameplay of Doom, which is just perfect, in a roguelike, this could be it. This could be the best shooter ever. So over the weekend, I was drunk and I was going to load up SnowRunners, but then instead I felt like murder. So I downloaded this. Was super easy, especially if you already have GZ Doom set up and ready to go. And popped it in and was just blown the fuck away. Now, keep in mind that this is considered a demo. Now, the developers of this game, they're indie, you know, they're just making this themselves, no income or anything. I think you can tip them. That's about it, which is just fucking crazy. Once again, this is why I say Doom is the best game ever, because it just goes on forever. Like, there's so much you can do with it. So I can't find these guys on Twitter. I think they have a Discord or somewhere, but I wanted to avoid dolphin porn, so I didn't join that. But it's really hard to find any tracking for this game. When you get into like the roguelikes, you can usually find like a Wikipedia page for them that details everything in the game. This has none of it. Very few people are even talking about this game, which is crazy. I found like one Reddit thread of someone shilling this game, and I learned some things about the game from this guy who's played like 50 hours in it. But really just seeing it as a blind playthrough was super fucking fun, and I'm in love with it. Also felt better reading that Reddit thread on it, because I thought I was dying too early. Turns out that yeah, this game is fucking punishing as shit, and everyone loves it. So everyone's dying early with it. Super fun, super good. It reminds me a lot. It's pretty much a hybrid of Risk of Rain with Binding of Isaac style rewards. So Risk of Rain in the sense that the more time you spend in a level, the harder it gets, and that carries over through each level. So you don't want to lollygag. You want to go, 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 go. And then the Binding of Isaac reward style is kind of based on your score or based on what you've done in the game. It will unlock more powerful items. And so it's got a very kind of subtle, almost subversive reward system. Not like Dead Cells, which is very in your face. You kill enemies, you take their souls, and then you spend them. This one is more like, oh, hey, you unlock something. I don't even know what that is. Whoa! Chex Quest guy!
Chex Quest guy tipped $1.69.
Why, thank you.
Chex Quest is better than Doom. Say otherwise and I'll send a 30-year-old Urkel to cut the roof of your anus.
Son of a bitch! Son of a bitch. Oh my god, Chex Quest guy. Look, Chex Quest is fucking great for what it is. And I've had it up to here. I've had it up to here with Urkel Cum. All the milk in my house has turned into Urkel Cum. Yeah, I'm swimming in it. I'm swimming in Urkel's cum. I don't know what more to do. But yeah, those Urkel O's, I know. There was a little bit of blood. Had to
Is
go
that
to
an actual cereal?
Yes. Back in the day, I had to learn that too.
Actually?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know how to react to that
I went
information.
to a doctor, and I'm like, doctor, my anus is bleeding. I drank a bunch of Urkel's cum, ate some Urkel O's. There was blood. What do I do? Doctor turns around, looks me in the eyes, takes off his glasses, and goes, and did I do that? It was fucking Urkel. It was fucking Urkel. I got like terrified, and I ran, never looking back. Threw out all the milk, probably cum. It's a nightmare here. Anyway, thank you, Chex Quest guy. I appreciate it. Please don't force feed me any more Urkel O's. I've had my fill in more ways than one. So Doom Infinite. Yeah, it's just so fucking great and satisfying. I've played it since the stream. I've learned a lot, and I just can't wait to play it. I don't know how much I want to play it before it's quote-unquote the full release, and I have no idea what their kind of roadmap is for what a full release looks like with this demo. Apparently the demo, I saw someone say, took them like 6 years to make, which makes a lot of sense why I feel like it's inspired by like Isaac and other more old roguelikes, at least at this point in time. They're considered old. So yeah, it's just fucking crazy. It's so satisfying. And the real love of it is in the name. The love of it is Doom Infinite. And it is just so satisfying, even if you don't get super far, even if you don't really make it anywhere. This feels like the ultimate game to be like, hey, do you love Doom? Do you hate fucking just playing the same levels over and over again, or like looking for a new mod that isn't shit? This is classic Doom gameplay with a bunch of surprises and twists thrown at you, and you just load it up, and it could be different every single time. That alone makes this a contender for not only the best roguelike shooter, but the best roguelike ever. Just for the fact that it's like, I can just load this up and go and play Doom. And that's just a fucking blast. That's amazing. I'm never uninstalling this from my computer. I'm going to keep playing it forever. So, yeah, there is some quirks and issues, but it is a demo, and they have actually taken balancing into account. And like, I looked on their ModDB page, and they talk to people there. They have rebalanced things. They do release hot fixes and quality of life changes, and so it's interesting to see where it goes. The main thing I would like to see is just a more sense of meta progression. Now, I have gotten a little spoilery online about like what meta progression is in this game, and it's like, oh, okay, that could work. I haven't dived too deeply into it, but let's just say I do have a goal for the next couple times I'm going to be running it and seeing how far that rabbit hole goes, and I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Pretty much there might be a shop in the game, and that's super exciting. On the scope of that shop has a big design impact on the game. So I love it. I fucking love Doom. You all know I love Doom, and this is a Doom that we can play together forever. So this is not the last you see of this demo from me. And oh my god, just I imagine I'm just gonna get every single update and see what is up with this game. So that is Roguelike Fest 2024. Okay, any thoughts? Are you staying away from the Urkel O's?
Yeah, I'm not touching those Urkelos with a fucking 50-foot pole, man. I'm good. I'm fucking good. Thanks, Chex Quest, by the way. I was just revolted by what James was saying, so I didn't say thank you earlier, but thank you.
Come.
No, Doom Infinite, when you showed me that game, I'm like, oh my god, I want to play this game. And I don't fucking care about these style games, really, but there's just something about it that just is so appealing. I love, like...
is Rogue Legacy.
I do love Rogue Legacy, yes.
Yeah.
I absolutely love Rogue Legacy. But there's just something about the way that game looks, and you going back to your hub world, and you can get like extra bonuses in different areas and stuff like that. It looks fun. It's very in and out, quick. You know, I like that kind of stuff.
That was another thing I wanted, forgot to mention, was the whole limbo scenario. Because there's no documentation on this game at all, and there's so few people playing it, it's hard to figure out like the main quirk of this game, which is in between each run. You can go to this limbo area, and it's risk reward. And I spent a bunch of time after stream just trying to see like how worth it is this. And I think I figured it out. I think, and I don't see anyone talking about this online. I haven't. Most of the videos on YouTube are just like people giving you like here's this game, it's neat, and they play it for an hour, and then they give you the download link. Whereas like I've probably played this for like 10 hours at this point. I think the free doors that don't cost souls to enter, those will just give you like consumables. So health, armor, ammo. And I did some testing, and it's like if you go into those doors immediately, it's almost always a net loss because you're taking on a risk, and then your reward is like what? You're going to leave at 100% again at best. So more often than not, I would go into those rooms before I even went into the first level and I would just come out with less health. And it's like, okay. But the doors where you can actually spend your extra currency in, the challenge rooms, the 50 rooms, those will drop the infinity tokens, which are permanent-ish, and those will get cracked.
This is crack.
Urkel O's tipped $3.33.
Yeah.
This episode of the Melee Games podcast is brought to you by Urkel O's.
Shit.
This delicious part of a balanced breakfast is designed to make milk chunky and stay salty. Strawberry banana flavors right from Urkel's Banana will have you asking, did I do that?
Did I do that? Did I do
Yeah,
that?
that's what got me too.
Is there an ad for Urkel O's? I want to play it right now. Urkel O's ad. There must be. There is. Do you want to watch this with me? Let's do it.
Yeah, but
Let's
I
do
just
it.
didn't
We
think
got
this was-
sponsored by Urkel O's. We got to show their ad. We got to run their ad. Let's do it. I can't see you right now. Thank you, Urkel O's, for that sponsorship. Everyone, go buy yourself some Urkel O's. Sure, they're from the 80s, and they might tear up your asshole and be filled with cum, but they're our sponsor, and I'm proud to have them as a sponsor. Let's run the ad, everyone. This is a new sponsorship we just got. Urkel O's. They will tear open your asshole.
Oh, Laura, my cat, I created something that'll make you love me. I've got a great new cereal. Did I do that?
Ah!
Well, hang up your pants for the Urkel-O's round.
We're Urkelized with Urkel-O's.
Their
Mary
assholes are
Banana,
just
fruit flavor
fucked up.
pie. Just one little bite and I know she'll be mine.
What?
She'll be
Urkelized with
Urkelized.
Urkel-O's.
Oh, Laura, when I find you, you'll taste Cherulo. The Urkelized part of this complete breakfast.
Are Urkel O's, do they have a certain drug in them? The whole point of that commercial was he's feeding women Urkel O's and he's like, now they'll be mine. What the fuck?
Isn't
What
it
kind
like
of a
the Trix
sponsorship did we
rabbit?
get?
It's like the tricks are for kids shit, man.
Tricks are for kids. Urkel O's are for women. You may not remember it, but they're for women.
I'm afraid.
A little bit. Don't touch my Urkel O's. I can't
Okay,
sleep
I
without
won't.
them. I have one spoonful of cum-filled Urkel O's and I just drop immediately.
Why we have to? Oh,
And then
so
I wake up.
gross!
I wake up and I just have with lipstick written on my chest, did I do that? And that's it. And I'm
It's
but
so
I'm like, hey,
gross.
I'm in a little bit of pain, but best sleep of my life. Thank you, Urkel O's. Thank you for that sponsorship. I love it.
Thanks, Urkel-O's.
But yeah. Anyway, free rooms suck. 50 rooms good. So if you see me play it again, I don't go for those free rooms, I think, unless I am like low on health and I'm like, fuck, I need to like take the risk to not just die immediately. But overall, it's like always just go for the challenge rooms. Let's read some chat. Chat, are you excited for Urkel O's?
No.
No. Okay, that's
I tried
fine.
doing it like a commercial.
You stay away from my Urkel O's. You stay away from. They're mine. I need them.
Like the fucking what's that? One that's like on crack. You know which one I'm talking about?
Fucking Cocoa Puffs. Cuckoo for
The
Cocoa
cereal
Puffs.
mascot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, the Cocoa Puffs crack bird.
No, I was thinking of the other one. It's like a Tasmanian devil or some shit.
Oh God. Fucking was that Chex? No. Oh fuck me. It was honey based.
Honeycombs.
Honeycombs. I need honeycombs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm gonna be the new mascot for Urkel O's. I need Urkel O's. They give me drugs. They tear up my ass. Okay, let's read some chat, and then we can jump
Yeah.
into our fucking mad, insane-filled news. Okay. Let's see here. Compa says, isn't Leafs what they call Canadians? Yes, I am unfortunately a Leaf, and I hate it. Gino says Toronto Maple Leafs, and he says, sadly, they don't have a Russell on their team. Nerdinho says, do it. Gino says, gonna play Kirby Racing Eating Game. What? Dream Buffet? I've talked about Dream Buffet. I wanted that. That game was gonna be my fucking Fall Guys. I was excited for it. They stopped supporting it. They fucking made it like a half-priced game. Should be free. And then I'm like, if you just give me seasonal content like Halloween and Christmas stuff, I'm so fucking in. I'm a whore for that seasonal content. No support. They dropped it on the Switch. Zero support. Zero new content. Community for it, if you can even call it that, fucking plummeted immediately. And it's never gone on sale. And so Nintendo is stupid. If they made it free, kept supporting it, I would be playing it to this day. I've played worse from Nintendo. I played Pokemon Unite, which is a shitty Pokemon MOBA, and that's free. And I think I actually bought one of their fucking FOMO season passes, which is just crazy. So anyway, Nintendo do be dumb sometimes. Nerdy Neo says, I don't think Nintendo will ever do achievements. And then he's like saying, show us your socks! No! No! We've made that mistake. Gino says, Neo, they had achievements built into the X and X2 Legacy Collection. Oh, yeah, on the Switch, like built into it, but not like with your profile or anything like that. He says, I don't think Nintendo is going to add them at a system level like Xbox. I hope you're right. Gino says, yes, sir, I completed them all, and I'm not doing the X6 or X7 achievements. You know what? I might go for those Mega Man achievements. I really love Mega Man. I love Mega Man so much. Oh, my God, I love Mega Man. Nerdino says, I think it was the 13th to complete the X Legacy Collection on Xbox. And he says, motion controls is what made Resident Evil 4 actually playable. Fascinating. Maybe I would like it then, but probably not. Internet Crusader says T-pose for dominance. Nerdino says Halo is good regardless of co-op. Borderlands is boring without friends. Could not agree more. Elvis says, is that an extra big Pepsi can or is Kay actually shrinking? Yes. It's a Nitro Pepsi. It's her new crack. It's like, Elvis, have you ever had a Guinness? It's pretty much like the Guinness equivalent.
It's Pepsi Guinness, bro. Drink one.
Uh-oh.
Next time we see you,
Bill
I'll make sure.
Cosby breakfast tip $2.22.
Oh, God.
This section of the Melee Games podcast is brought to you by Bill Cosby's breakfast bowls.
No.
Each one bowl contains 75 milligrams of Quaaludes and Jello pudding bites.
Oh, that's nice.
You'll be saying, hey.
Hey.
Last thing I remember was day. Now that's a Kodak moment, Theo.
Hey. The last thing I remember was day. Thank you, Bill Cosby. You know, I think the worst thing about you was the hypocrisy. Was there a Bill Cosby cereal? Hold on. I'm just going to look up right now. Wait. No, that's not real.
I don't think there was.
Oh my God. There's some funny fake cereals. Oh, hey! There is Fat Albert cookies, because of course there are. I think I can show this. I'm going to show this real quick here. I'm going to show this so quick, you're not even going to know what happened. Okay, you guys ready? I found the Bill Cosby cereal. Ready? 3, 2, 1. There it is. Okay. Thank you, Bill Cosby. I am happy to be sponsored by Bill Cosby. I will fall asleep with you any day. Any day. Just keep Urkel away from me. Look, guys, if you had to fall asleep with new poll. First of all, oh, wait, never mind. Kay just put up a poll. Well, later I'm going to say...
No, that's an old poll. You go ahead. You do your thing.
But it's not 100... Like, they're all tied. I'm not going to eliminate it. I have another poll coming up that involves Urkel and Bill Cosby. I'm just saying. Bill Cosby and Urkel have to fight for dominance of sponsorship of this channel. Which one's going to take it? Which beloved black man from the 80s is going to take sponsorship of our channel? Do you have Nerdy Urkel?
Albert.
Well, that's Bill Cosby.
That is Bill Cosby?
Yes.
Okay, Bill Cosby won.
Bill Cosby won. It's like a fucking Howie Mandel scenario with Hey Arnold. Bill Cosby was the voice of Fat Albert.
I didn't know that.
You didn't watch a lot of Fat Albert. Neither did I.
Who's the guy that you said I look like with the fucking beanie? Every time I wear it.
Oh yeah. I'll pull him up.
I don't know if I'm thinking of the right person at all.
Fat Albert cast. Yeah. When you wear your beanies. Let's pull this up here right now. Oh my God, this image is huge. Yeah, when you wear your beanies, you look like the guy on the far right there. I don't remember his name because I never really watched it. But you wear your beanies like that for some reason. This guy looks normal as shit on the
I
far left.
literally don't. They don't have a hole in the... You know what? I see a beanie. Let's see what it looks like.
All right, let's do a side by side. Side by side. This is important. This is more. Who needs video game news?
Oh, here we go. Side scroller
Alright.
show.
Ready? Ready? You ready for this? Do you guys
Am
see
I?
it? Do you guys see it? There it is. No, don't press
This
it
is how I
down.
wear
This-
them.
that's how you wear it. Put
This
your head
is-
down.
What do you mean?
Yeah, see? Do you guys see it? Look at it. It's uncanny. It's uncanny. But don't worry because I am
Literally not the same.
you look great. I am this character looking up at you lovingly. So there you go. See? There it is. Perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Okay. Oh yeah, I was reading chat. That's right. Oh my god. It's the show that never ends. Oh yeah, yes, that. Gino says Gang Beast just doesn't have many games. It's just utter chaos. Nerdinio says Party Beat Animals probably got popular because of the cute characters that Gang Beast didn't have. DJ says, oh god, James, you said the word. Shh. What word? Actually, don't answer that. Don't answer that. Gino says, does that make you Randy, baby? Paul says, don't say it. Don't say it. I know what happened today. Don't say nothing. Gino says, fun fact, they had a different voice actor for Claptrap in Borderlands 3 because the original voice actor got bullied by everyone until he resigned. Good.
As in him, he got bullied?
Yeah, I don't
The
fucking
person-
know. Oh my god.
Is
Okay.
he the original voice actor? I don't even know.
I don't know anything. I've played like 20 hours of Borderlands 1 and I fucking hated my life and I never played 2. Internet Crusader says the game itself locked up, everything froze and the music kept going, no buttons responded. I hit the reset button and it worked fine. Just a game glitch. Just a little glitch goblin. Those fucking glitch goblins. Insidious Bliss says, did everyone see Paul Doken's developer bomb? Shh, I said don't fucking shh. ASMR now. We're doing ASMR Melee Games show. Hope everyone likes it. It's a good time. Look at this. As I bump my elbow really loud. Jerry Crow says, more of this shit, please. Nerdy Neo says, Extra needs to meme K into a fake ad read now. Oh, dear Lord. AI is going to have consequences for us. Elvis says, get Mangrate as a sponsor. Hey, K, you want to get a gift for your dad, like the Mangrate?
Sure.
Oh, that's fucking a surprise. All right, perfect. I would love to get a
I don't
Mangrate
know what the
sponsorship.
fuck. What you wanted me to say?
A Mangrate can solve all of your grilling needs.
Okay.
Gino says, I love the way that the Game Grumps do their adverts. I mean, they have adverts now. I haven't watched since John left. Jerry says, all I remember is that time JonTron fucking fake jerked off onto one of Egoraptor's cats. Did that count as an ad? Does to me. Jerry says, can't wait for this edition of Melee Madness is brought to you by Raid Melee Legends, the new DLC. That's right, and you can raid with our clan today, and I will never be online for it, but I can tell you that you can play with me. That's every raid ad ever. Do you think
Look at this skin. You can scan the QR code here.
Have you noticed that like every raid Shadow Legends fucking ad sponsorship, they're like, you can play with me in our own clan, and it's like they're
Play
not gonna
together. Here's the QR code.
If you fucking touch Jabba 18 times, you're gonna come.
Exclusively on Raid Shadow Legends.
Yeah, you have to be playing Raid Shadow Legends and then tapping this podcast right on Jabba, and then you'll come. Nerdy Neo says, did roguelikes even exist in 2011? I got the year right because I looked up when Binding of Isaac came out, and it came out in 2011, and that's probably the first time that I got super addicted to a roguelike. Yes, and exactly. Internet Crusader said the fucking same thing. Nerdy Neo says, fuck all country music. Not all of it. Not all. I'll fuck some of it. Internet Crusader says, Garth Brooks has 1 or 2 songs I enjoy, but I never got into it. Internet Crusader says, my mom loves country, though. Rural South, Alabama girl. Alabama slammer. Hell yeah. Alabama representing. I'm from Alabama. No, I'm not. I just wish I was. Gino says, except for the national anthem, that's the best country music. Hell yeah. Insidious Bliss says, roguelikes go back to the 1970s. You're not wrong. Paul says, I like Dead Cells a lot. Gino says, Penis got that 69. Paul says, haven't played the DLC, but it's a great game. I'll agree with you on that. Jerry says, what type? Why include a type of poetry? Because it rhymes. Gino says, fuck, I thought that was best. Internet Crusader says, fuck rap. Unless it's new metal. I will fuck new metal. Nerdy Neo says, what is a roguelike? A miserable pile of genres. But enough talk. Have at you. Internet Crusader says, but enough meta progression. Have at you. That's perfect. Nerdy Neo says, Ori is the best Metroidvania. Paul says, Salt and Sanctuary is the best Metroidvania. And now everyone's just fighting about Metroidvanias. Gino says, if you aren't sure about a roguelike game, maybe start off with a roguelite game. Paul says, I played a tiny bit of Blasphemous. Nerdy Neo says, I think Dead Cells meta progression is too slow. I've only played for a couple hours and I've almost capped all the fucking health potions. I think it's more about how you spend your points, but I haven't been having a problem in that regard. My problem with the game is I want the Castlevania content and I have to just accept it and let it fucking go. Extra says, still have business cards somewhere. He said it. We didn't say anything. We didn't say it. We didn't fucking say it. Shh. ASMR time. Internet Crusader says, the best part about Doom Infinite is all the fisting. I'll agree with you there. That's probably why I like it. My asshole recovered, and then immediately Urkel fucked it up from that. Extra says, Nerdy Neo says, Extra K did a mock ad read for a sponsor earlier. Thought you could make a meme of it. Just FYI. Checks Quest. Sparta Chris says, hi, world. How's it going, Sparta? Sparta Chris says, didn't Steve Urkel get into porn? That explains a lot. Why when I met him for that sponsorship, he met me on a black leather couch. Spartacus says, what about for when Cybernet is born from the virus that made from a glitch from your copy of Doom? Nerdineo says, did you mean Skynet? Oh my god, oh my god. Elvis says, every time James says come, Kay's face is hilarious. Come. I'm looking at your face. Okay, that's one. Come.
Why or why?
Come.
Why are you doing this?
Come.
It's weird.
Come. All right. Spartacus says Urkelos are made from human bodies. Those kids in the commercial were dropped in the grinder in Urkel's basement. And then he immediately goes, did I do that? Internet Crusader says, I almost pulled out my microphone. Nintendo won't add achievements because it doesn't match the development principles. I 100% agree. Insidious Bliss says, pudding! And Internet Crusader says, hey, it's Diabetical Albert. Gino says they do more of them sarcastically. Shaka is here clicking away. Click away, Shaka Zulu. And then Spartacus is saying, come. Now let's go check over on Rumble where Dude is representing, and he says almost every Kirby game has an eldritch horror as the final boss. And he says the Dead Cells DLC being the physical copy is why it's keeping its value. Look at Marvel Ultimate Alliance Gold Edition. It is a great collection, and it's a great box. I am not going to lie. And there goes my pen. So are you ready?
Almost knocked over my drink. I was like, what? Just to show off this fucking thing.
Okay. Are you ready for what the fuck is going on in gaming?
I think so. I think so.
We are going to start with the highlight of highlight stories here. And my God, it is a glorious day. It is a glorious day indeed. Because, oh yeah, wait, hold on. I want to talk about this. Right before going live, this is not a news story. I got a notification on Steam. Check my Steam notifications. Random person comments this on my profile and immediately deletes it. I do not have this person as a friend. What did he mean by this? Is this a compliment? And how did he see my ass? Literally a random guy I don't know on Steam commented on my profile saying, oh, you got an ass on you, all right. Damn, girl, you got an ass on you, all right. And I love, I didn't see these because it was literally just before I hit live that I tweeted that out. DJ, your fucking comment. That's perfect. Thank you. I don't know who this is. I looked up his profile. I don't know how he would find it. We don't play the same games. He hasn't reviewed the same games as me. I've never seen this person in my life. I just assume that he was horny and hunting for hot ladies. But if you look at my Steam profile right now, I don't have like an anime girl Steam profile or anything. Let's go to Steam right now on the fly. This is what my Steam looks like right now. I don't know if I don't know. I have a lot of questions.
Into the Doom guy or whatever I'm looking at.
Damn, he's got an ass, all right. Is there any booties on my... There's no booties. There's no booties on my profile right now. We got chiseled abs on my profile. We got more chiseled abs or chiseled beard. There's nothing. So, what the fuck, y'all? What the fuck? Oh, God, it's me. But damn, I got an ass, all right. Anyway, so, Kay, someone's coming for my booty. How do you feel about that?
Sounds like a regular Tuesday to me. You know how many fucking men I have to fight off every day?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Oh, hell yes. All
It's all
right.
par for the course.
Now, back to the news. Starting the news. We get into the most important story. Because Billy Mitchell, my literal father, has been redeemed. The Billy Chads have won, everyone. That is right. Twin Galaxies has reinstated all of Billy Mitchell's Donkey Kong records. Here we go. Billy Mitchell's Donkey Kong records have been reinstated. Gaming record keeper Twin Galaxies said in a statement published today that it restored his arcade scores after fair consideration of an expert witness testimony that Michael's record-setting Donkey Kong run was possible on aging, malfunctioning original hardware. Twin Galaxies had accused Mitchell of cheating with emulator software. Yeah, those fuckers, prompting Mitchell to sue the organization for defamation. The two sides recently reached a confidential statement. And here is a statement from my glorious father, Billy Mitchell, the King of Kong himself. Today, January 16th, 2024, Twin Galaxies has reinstated all of the video game world records that I achieved in my career, effective immediately. Twin Galaxy statement on this website reads, in pertinent part, in fair consideration of the expert opinion provided by Dr. Zaida on behalf of Mr. Mitchell, and consistent with Twin Galaxy's dedication to the meticulous documentation and preservation of video game score history, Twin Galaxies shall herefore reinstate all of Mitchell's scores as part of the official historical database on Twin Galaxy's website. I am relieved and satisfied to reach this resolution after almost 6-year ordeal. Looking forward to pursuing my unfinished business elsewhere. Never surrender, Billy Mitchell. And I just closed it out with an I won. I won. And hell yes, you did, Dad. Hell fucking yes, you did. Now, maybe you aren't familiar with who the hell Billy Mitchell is. And my God, summarizing this whole scenario would be like summarizing Chris Chan. It's fucking impossible. I wrote a quick little thing to just give you a little bit of a summary on my father and how he became so infamous. It reads, in case you weren't aware, Billy Mitchell became infamous for being the star and heel of the 2000 documentary The King of Kong, A Fist Full of Quarters, in which it shows Billy as the rightful champion and world record holder of Donkey Kong, as he is pitted against Steve Wiebe, the underdog family man trying his best to become the world champion. I highly recommend it if you haven't seen it. It's a real-life David versus Goliath story, all centered around video game high scores. Since then, the documentary, Billy has been constantly and falsely accused of cheating and altering footage of his Donkey Kong high scores. This back and forth has gone on for years and has spilled over into the courtroom into defamation lawsuits. Oh my God. So I want to be fair here. You know what? I don't want to take sides just because Billy Mitchell is 100% a win. But just so we can be fair, I'm going to read an IGN article. And I haven't read this beforehand, so I don't know if they're going to talk smack about Big Daddy Billy here. But let's read this article together that summarizes the happenings as of recent. But yes, folks, if you haven't seen King Kong Fistful of Quarters, it's fucking awesome. And that's just the tip of the iceberg. Since then, these scores have gone on. It's like just starting on Chris Chan lore. You can't just watch an hour and get the whole picture. There's hours and hours and hours and hours of content on YouTube to dig through. Billy Mitchell's Donkey Kong historical records reinstated after a multi-year dispute with Twin Galaxies. Scores reinstated after expert determined that the anomalies could have been caused by aging components. Nearly 6 years after the first dispute began, Billy Mitchell's record Donkey Kong scores have been officially restored by Twin Galaxies, ... mostly. In a statement posted on its website, Twin Galaxies announced that all of the Mitchell scores have been reinstated as part of a historical database on its website. Twin Galaxies describes its historical database as a legacy snapshot, preserving performances prior to 2014 when the site came under new ownership. Mitchell had previously been banned and his scores were moved in 2018 after accusations of using improper hardware. He is still not listed on the modern leaderboards. Don't worry, Dad, we'll fix that. And remains banned from Twin Galaxies. The restored scores include the 1,047,200 score shown in the documentary King Kong, the 1,050,200 run referred to as a mortgage broker score, and the 1,062,800 performance known as the Boomer score. Mitchell was originally banned from Twin Galaxies after a forum poster presented evidence that he may have been playing on MAME, a well-known arcade emulator, in violation of the site's rules. Mitchell's records were also expunged from the Guinness Book of World Records, but were restored in 2020 after eyewitness accounts, expert gameplay analysis, and hardware verification. That's right. That's right. I was there, Gandalf. The scores were restored following a long court battle between Mitchell and Twin Galaxies, in which Mitchell accused Twin Galaxies of defamation after it removed his records in 2018. The suit was settled this week, just months before it was set to go to trial, with the exact terms of the settlement have not yet been revealed. The republication of the scores as part of a historical archive seems likely to be part of it. Speaking with Ars Technica, Twin Galaxies attorney David Tashrodian, that sounds like a Star Wars name, attributed the decision to a settlement intended to avoid a lengthy lawsuit and to achieve a degree of finality. End quote. It definitely would have been a fun trial and an interesting one, considering all the facts the Tashrodian did. You can be a bounty hunter on Coruscant or something. Twin Galaxies also points to the testimony of a Dr. Michael Zaida, an engineering expert working on behalf of Mitchell, who determined that Mitchell's arcade hardware may have been unmodified after all. Oh, really? In this report, Zaida said the visual anomalies could potentially be attributed to aging hardware components, and Mitchell's submitted videotapes being copies of copies. Nintendo's Donkey Kong boards are old, and their various electronic parts are aging at different rates. As these components near failure, the potential for visual artifacts increases. This means there is no way to compare different Donkey Kong boards, as their component failures most likely are in different parts. This includes the power supplies that power the Donkey Kong boards, Zaida wrote. As those power supplies age, we have no way of measuring how that aging will impact the Donkey Kong board operations and the visual display. As such, there may not be any way to compare the recordings from the same board done at different times. In my opinion, component aging could definitely produce the anomalies at issue. In this statement, Twin Galaxies said that it is openly and publicly takes note of Dr. Zaida's expressed expert opinion. You're goddamn right you do. Twin Galaxies' mandate is to verify that submissions meet verification deadlines, not to investigate how they are produced. This latter area remains available to experts such as Dr. Zaida and other interested parties who may examine and assess these matters for their individual purposes. Twin Galaxies takes no official stance on the creation of submitted content, but can recognize and acknowledge Dr. Zaida's expert opinion. Mitchell quoted Twin Galaxy statement and wrote today, I already read that. Mitchell's high score career extends back to the 1980s, where he famously achieved a perfect score in Pac-Man. He was also the first player to beat 1 million points in Donkey Kong back in 2005. His battle for the Donkey Kong High Score Championship with Steve Wiebe was famously chronicled in the documentary, but for all of his notoriety, Mitchell's feats have long since been eclipsed. That's not true. On the modern Donkey Kong leaderboards, where he is not listed. Don't worry, we'll fucking get him. The current record holder is Robbie Lakeman, who achieved a score of 1,272,800 in 2021. You know what? Maybe someone should try to find out if that score is fake. I'm just going to say. The article has been updated to further clarify that Billy Mitchell's scores, it should say, fucking IGN, were restored on a Twin Galaxies historical database, not the modern leaderboards. Additional information was also added about the court settlement between Mitchell and Twin Galaxies. But don't worry, there's more. There's more. That ain't the end of our story. This is a big-ass fucking story. This could be the only story we talked about, but I've got plenty more. So, immediately following this news, a man by the name of Carl Jobs came into his Discord, just seething and mauling, just seething so hard over the Billy Chads taking the win. Could not handle it. So this is from Carl's Discord. He says, "If you fucking believe Billy, I will ban you. Seriously, I have no time for anyone who just blindly believes what Billy says. Unfucking believable." Someone says, "But is it true?" No! And he says, "Nope, especially not Billy. You should definitely just take what he says at face value." And then immediately he's going, "What?"
Billy Mitchell tipped $13.13.
King.
Son, for the love of God, please clean up your room.
I will.
Your crusty whackin' socks are now glued to the floor with your self-loathing splooge.
I've been trying to
Speaking
take care
of,
of him.
buy my Ricky's world-famous Louisiana hot sauce. It will knock your socks off, not up.
New sponsorship. Don't jerk off into socks. Buy Ricky's world-famous Louisiana hot sauce. Hell yeah, yeehaw.
Who's jerking off into sauce? What the fuck?
Socks, not sauce.
Oh, socks.
Socks.
I thought you said don't jerk off into
Yeah,
sauce.
I'm not, what do you think I am? Some kind of fucking weirdo? No, we come in socks here.
What the fuck?
Come on. Thank you so much, Dad. Literally, Billy Mitchell. My hero and all of yours. I really appreciate it. Thank you, Billy. I'll see you later, Dad. Dad, fishing later? Fishing? You and me? You don't have to prove yourself anymore. Back to the Carl bros just being upset. He immediately was doing a vid that will explain. And so I said, I have to fact check this. And I said, it's over, Carl bros. The Billy Chads have won. And honestly, that response was just the funniest fucking thing to me. So at the end of this, Carl did post, he did post his actually Reddit cope on Billy's massive win. I watched about half of it. There was something about cereal in it. I got bored. And then Billy decided to ride off into the sunset, and he was like, I'm done with this. And he went back, and he became a family man, and he locked his Twitter. And he has promised me many fishing trips since, me and my father, Billy. Fishing trips, hunting trips. We're gonna do everything together. As Insidious Bliss pointed out on Twitter, I'm waiting for that paternity test. And maybe we can use some of these socks to help us. But I'm going on that fishing trip as soon as it's proven that Billy's my dad. Look at us. Look at us. I'm gonna bring you up a side by side in a minute here. Let's see here. What was it? Oh, here we go. Two more things on it. So I got a lot of responses from Carl Bros, but here is one that I particularly liked. Right here. Legit Bussy 74 says, are you not going to delete this now that the news has further come out and proven this incorrect? His records have not been reinstated and Twin Galaxies maintains that he cheated. No, Legit Bussy 74. I will not delete my statement. I stand by my father.
What kind of fucking screen name is that?
Legit Bussy. Well, don't look him up because, hey, if there's one thing that guy has on his main feed, he lives up to his name. I'm gonna take that down right now just so I don't accidentally click it. But with that, I'm gonna do one little final victory lap here. One little final victory lap. Let's do it right now. 1 second, everyone. Just gotta bring this up here. Where did I save this? Where did I? Oh my god, I know I have it. I have it somewhere. I have it, Billy Bros. Just hang on, Billy Bros. We need our win. There we go. There we go. Here. And then I just gotta go. And I should have set this up ahead of time, but I forgot.
I'm just watching the show at this point.
Is this it? Will this bring it up? Hold on. I think this will bring it up. No. Oh my god, I thought it would work. I thought this would work.
What are you trying to do?
I had something. I had something that I thought would.
I see my face.
Okay, hold on. Let me just see here. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. I can't bring it up. No wins. No fucking wins. It's fine. Billy Bros, that was a win if I ever did see one. That's it. Kay, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, as you guys know, I'm marrying James, and he's the son of Billy Mitchell.
Yes.
And so it's in bad taste for me to insult my father-in-law. What is the situation? I don't even fucking know at this point.
I think that's it. Yeah.
But that being said, I'm Steve Weeby Gang.
No!
I'm Steve Weeby Gang. I'm Steve Weeby Gang.
How dare you? How dare you?
That is a family man, and he should have fucking won. That man should have fucking won.
No.
That man should have fucking won.
He cheated. I am literally Billy Mitchell's son, and we got the hugest win today. We're riding off in the sunset. I am gonna go fishing with my dad, and it's gonna be fucking beautiful.
You're like Bowser Jr. You're adorable. You got a little paintbrush. You're in your like floaty thing.
Yeah.
Your dad's going and kidnapping Peach. He probably shouldn't do that. We still don't know how the fuck Bowser Jr. was conceived. Who's the female there? We don't fucking know. It might be Peach. We don't know.
Yeah.
Bowser's still doing bad things. And I'm gonna disagree. I disagree with you. But I do think that Carl's acting like a cock a bit too, so. No, I'll ban you. I'll ban you if you fucking agree with this guy. You're both cringe.
So
you're both fucking cringe. Billy Mitchell's cringe for thinking that he actually has a fucking world record. And Carl is cringe for trying to fucking ban people for having a different opinion. You're both cringe. Steve Weeby is the man. He went home and he was a family man. He listened to Street Fighter. I love that man. Anyways, taking off the glasses. Billy Mitchell, father-in-law, I'm sorry. I'll be nice again.
I'm still trying to get my win going. I don't know why it's not. I had a win folder, and it's failing. It's failing me like Mame
but
is.
Like, the excuse is fucking stupid.
There
okay?
it is.
Like, no, this has to go back on. No.
There it is. I got it working. I got it fucking working. There.
That's what you're.
Behold the king.
The green text?
Behold the king. He has come.
Behold the king.
Billy Bros!
Of kings.
Non-stop wins. On your knees.
On your knees, dog.
Let's go. We're doing it live. Just like Billy recorded all of his scores live.
Bow down to
Yes!
bow down to the king.
Yes!
Why is that man's face on my
I
face?
won.
What is going on?
Bow down to the king.
I won.
In red, as
We
he
won.
walked from the place
You and me, baby.
where the traitor
I trusted
lost
the plan.
both his name and his
Did you?
face.
Did you trust the
The
plan?
halls of
Billy
the
Bros?
corridors, stinking in
Billy
blood.
never gave up and actually won. Literal American
He
hero.
tasted his
Holy
bread,
fuck, the balls
and
on
it
this guy.
tasted good.
They're huge. Can confirm.
The king took his head.
That was all I wanted to do.
I know. I wanted to let you let it out of your system. That's why I didn't talk for like 15 minutes while you talked about Billy Mitchell. You and I have not really had a conversation about this, to be honest.
No.
Like we haven't really talked about it.
No.
But I think it's fucking bullshit. I'm sorry. It's fucking bullshit. There's no way. You know, it wears out over time. You know they repair the fucking boards, right?
I don't
They
care, we
repair
won.
the boards.
I don't care,
What
we
the
won.
fuck do you mean? Oh, it degrades over time, so it might look weird and this and that. No, no, I don't fucking buy it. I'm sorry. Steve Wiebe all the way.
No.
I like.
If you watch the
I like
trailer, if
the,
you watch the trailer, even his wife calls him a loser in it, and it's like he constantly is failing at everything. No one, literally no one, says that about Billy Mitchell. Everyone knows that he is the true king of Kongs.
The thing I like about Billy Mitchell is like his larger than life energy. I get it. I'm a wrestling fan. There's things that I enjoy. He's entertaining. But at the end of the fucking day, Steve Wiebe should have won.
No, this is some Sami Zayn
And-
shit. This is some Sami Zayn shit. Fuck that. We all bow to the
And-
king.
I'm just look. I think we kind of disagree on. I don't know if we disagree. I don't know. We're all having fun with it, but to me, this feels like this whole thing is just happening because money. Like the amount of legal fees and going to court and going through this long process and all of this shit. It was easier to just settle. It was easier to settle.
Maybe.
I'm just saying.
I have been sworn to secrecy on behalf of my father. All I can say
Is this like a conflict of interest conversation we're having?
all I can say is that you should buy the world famous Louisiana hot sauce and not come in socks.
Anyway, Steve Wiebe game.
No.
Gang.
Billy Mitchell, Chads, Billy
That's all I'm
Bros.
saying.
Billy
That's all
Chads
you're
win.
saying.
Billy Chads win.
No.
We won. You and me.
No.
You and me.
But
I know
Carl
you're out
is-
there.
Carl sounds hilarious too.
No.
It's not a good like. There's no scenario that you look good that you react that way. Like you could be in the right completely, but to act that way and be like, if anyone agrees, I'm banning you. Fuck this. Like you sound like a crying woman. Like it's cringe as
We
hell.
won't ban anyone for not saying Billy is the greatest. You may be wrong, but you can say whatever you want.
But he's in a legal suit, I'm pretty sure, with him, so I get why he was spurging out, but it was really spurgy and it was hilarious. And it's like, no, you're cringe.
Yeah.
You're cringe.
True.
Anyways. I don't know. You wanted my thoughts. There you go. I don't buy it. It's all stupid. Steve Wiebe gang.
That's okay. Well, Kay, you're going to be hearing from my lawyer. Maybe as early as Monday. So get ready for that. How about that? Dermy says that I'm the greatest in chat. How's it going, Dermy?
It's because he's your butt buddies.
Yeah, and?
So of course he's gonna like his butt buddy.
He's my ride or die. It's me, him, and Billy Mitchell all the way, baby.
Didn't you ask me a question about something gay earlier? This is I fight off men all the time. Literally, there's one in chat right now.
Let's go. Let's go. Men, you can't keep your paws off me, and I love it. I love it. Never stop. Never stop. You have to compete with Dermy, though. I'm just saying. That was our main story, and now we have so much stuff to get through. So much stuff. Should I read some chat before we get into our next story? Because I have a feeling that everyone's immediately disliked this video.
I mean, you can dislike the video if you want. It doesn't matter to me.
Okay, perfect. Let's read some chat. Dude says Guinness World Records are straight trash as they have no real verification process. So true. And oh my god, chat has just been popping off. Okay, there's the penis thing. Oh yeah, all that stuff. I remember all that stuff. What else we got? Oh yeah. I'm trying to. Oh my god, it's all a blur. There it. Okay, I'm looking for when we start the Billy Mitchell gang. Billy Mitchell gang. Let's do it. Jerry Crow says silly bitchel. Static says shock quit following me around. Gino says they are in the archive stating that they existed. Internet Crusader says that's such a shitty expert.
Right, that's
opinion.
another point. It's in the archives to say it existed. It's not saying that was actually the world record run. It's they're maintaining records that those numbers were submitted. Like it's not saying like that is actually the top score.
But it is a top score because it's Billy Mitchell's score. Internet Crusader says that doesn't explain why literally every single loading screen looks like MAME loading. It's literally one-to-one every time you can see it. DJ says also the arcade boards have been routinely repaired. Is this dude high or stupid?
Yeah, exactly. See? Yeah. I said the same point. It's like they literally repair the boards all the fuck. In the documentary we watched, they were showing how you repair the fucking boards. It's possible. Anyways.
Do you doubt Billy Mitchell? How dare
I don't
you.
know.
Spartacus
have
says,
him married
ooh,
if I do."
G plus G is being... I don't... What? Jeremy isn't happy about the lie at all? I have no idea what the hell
Steve
that's about.
Weeby tip $1. James, I hate to break it to you, kiddo, but your dad's paternal record is spottier than those salty, sticky socks on your floor.
Damn it.
The only thing Billy Mitchell put his donkey dong into was a game genie.
Hell yeah, he did.
Suck my weeby, Billy Bros. Shout out to Melee K.
I don't know. I don't know, Steve Weeby. I'm pretty sure if Billy Mitchell is my dad, I think Steve Weeby's wife is my mother. I'm just saying. Based on Steve Weeby's performance, I think he prefers to watch in the back. But I appreciate it anyway. Thank you, Steve Weeby. I appreciate it. Billy Chads for life, though. They cannot be stopped. What was I reading here? Gino says Billy Mitchell is possibly the biggest liar and con artist in the gaming space. Yeah, and he's so fucking damn cool, too. Internet Crusader says someone just has to challenge him and demand legal fees. Jerry Crow says Weird Hill, but okay. Internet Crusader says no, that's actually it. He probably doesn't have the fucking money. His lawyer is likely doing it for Hot Pockets and clout, and the clout is drying up. Hey, as long as those Hot Pockets keep on coming. DJ says, thankfully, Carl's still going through his court case against Billy. He has no intention of backing down. It's going to feel good to see the silly Bitch'll get annihilated in the courtroom. Nah, he's going to win. He's going to take it home. He's going to take out all the E-drama YouTubers. Just wait. Shaka says, damn, quite the catch, K. K gets it. Tell the people. Everyone's celebrating K right now. Jonathan says, unless you live in the South, you can't judge country music. DJ says, K, that was basically your version of Hard Times promo. You mentioned Steve Weeby being a family man. That's Hard Times, Daddy. That's Hard Times.
Hard times.
DJ says, oh, Jeebus James, DSP used the song as well. You're turning into him right before our eyes. I've listened to that. I mean, that song is Motorhead, and that was Triple H's entrance music for a number of years. Maybe DSP has good taste in music. I don't know. I don't watch him. The only clip I ever saw was him jerking off in front of thousands of children. Dermy is here. How's it going, Dermy? And he says, love you both. James is the greatest. Thank you, Dermy. I needed to be gassed up right there. Internet Crusader says, those records are archives. That is a historical record. Yeah, that's right. Billy Mitchell is going down in history. He's just like Robbie Rotten, but in real life, and I love him for it. Gino says, I like Carl, so I'd give him the benefit of the doubt. Plus, he's being sued by Billy Mitchell for literally nothing. I trust my father. Dermy says, Geeks and Gamers had a fake account on Reddit due to some sussy behavior. Oh, okay. Well, Reddit's always a fucking nightmare. Just stay away from Reddit. Jonathan Davis says wrestling is a certain thing. Watch UFC instead. How is that any more straight? Every time I watch UFC, they're just like fucking 69ing. Whereas wrestling is the reason I'm straight. If you watch the 90s, you know, you know. How's it going, Paul? And let's keep it going. So, yes, that was our main headline. But don't worry. We got a lot more coming. We got a lot more coming, friends. Are you ready for what's next? Are you ready? What do we got next? Oh, fuck me in the ass. Okay. Here's an interesting one. Kay, are you ready for this? Are you
I
ready?
don't know. Which one are you? There's like 50 things we want to talk about. Which one is it?
There is. Well, I hope you got your crazy hat on because Ubisoft is going full crazy. They decided to say you will own no video games and you will be happy. Luckily for me, Ubisoft has been fucking garbage since 2007, so I'm not going to buy their games anyway. The new Ubisoft Plus and getting gamers comfortable with not owning their games. Ubisoft introduces a classic service to PC and more to come on Activision Blizzard. Ubisoft has rebranded the subscription offering and introduced a new service for PC players. Ubisoft's main all-singing, all-dancing subscription offering has been rebranded to Ubisoft Plus Premium. This service is one of the features all new releases such as this week's Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown. It costs $17.99 and is accessible via PC, Xbox, and Amazon Luna. Everyone's praising that game. I think it looks like fucking shit. But anyway, in addition to the firm is adding Ubisoft Plus Classics to PC. The Classic option was already available to PlayStation players via Sony's own subs offering and features back catalog games like Far Cry 6 and Rainbow Six Siege for $7.99 a month. We looked at the consumer behavior and how people were interacting with our offer, and we saw an opportunity for us to evolve, explains Philippe Tremblay, director of subscriptions at Ubisoft. Philippe, who uses the name Philippe? When we looked at how gamers engage with our different games, we see that our back catalog is still very active and alive. So we saw an opportunity to offer these worlds to our consumers for a low fee, and this is a response to the behavior that we saw from players. Tremblay says that the company has seen millions of subscribers over the last 4 years who have collectively played over 500 million hours of gameplay. Some sign up to a trial, one game a month or two, while others come in, stick around, and play numerous titles. There are multiple behaviors, he explains. There are definitely a lot of people who come in for one game and then decide to buy it after the subscription ends. That part is of the reality, and that's okay with us. Ubisoft Plus's premium service premium price point exceeds in some cases what Xbox and PlayStation charge for their services. Some of this will be due to business realities behind putting brand new AAA games into a subscription service, but Tremblay believes cost is reasonable considering what's on offer. We're talking day one releases, and with games like Prince of Persia, you get early access. We already have Avatar, Assassin's Creed Mirage. All of these games are available to play. That's tremendous value already, and there's the catalog too. Thousands of dollars of games. And you don't just get access to these games, you get premium editions. So it's all the content added that comes with that. We have rewards too, and they're all fucking shit. And one of the big advantages of Ubisoft Plus is you get to play these across multiple devices from one subscription. You can access our titles through PC, Xbox, and Amazon Luna. There's a lot of debate around subscription in video games today. The business model is a dominant way of paying for TV, film, and music, but that's currently not the case in this industry. Games are typically much larger. Many of them are free or feature some form of monetization, and AAA publishers have argued that the numbers just don't add up. Nevertheless, Ubisoft is seeing growth in this sector. Tremblay adds last October, this year was the biggest month in Ubisoft Plus history. The point is not to force users go down one route or another. We want to offer purchase, we offer subscription, and it's in the gamer's preference that is important here. We are seeing some people who buy choosing to subscribe now, but it all works. He said that the subscription has enabled Ubisoft to bring in new players, with 1 in 10 Ubisoft Plus subscribers having never engaged with the company's games before. It is providing a way for our gamers, or for gamers, to access our worlds who perhaps weren't inclined to purchase, he tells us. These players are brand new. We're shaking hands for the first time. It's been Ubisoft's strategy for as long as I've been here to try and reach more players with the franchises that we have. So I'm happy as leader of this project to be able to deliver on that. The question remains around the potential of the subscription model in games. Tremblay says that there is a tremendous opportunity for growth, but what it is going to take for the subscription to step up and become more a significant proportion of the industry, I don't have a crystal ball, he says, but when you look at the different subscription services that are out there, we've had a rapid expansion over the last couple of years, but it's still relatively small compared to other models, he begins. We're seeing the expansion on console as the likes of PlayStation and Xbox to bring people in. On PC, from a Ubisoft standpoint, it's already been great, but we're looking to reach out more on PC, so we see the opportunity there. One of the things we saw is gamers are used to, a little bit like DVD, having and owning their games. That's the consumer shift that needs to happen. They got comfortable not owning their CD and DVD collection. That's a transformation aspect that's been a bit slower to happen in games. As gamers grow comfortable in that aspect, you don't lose your progress. If you resume your game at another time, your progress file is still there. That's not been deleted. You don't lose what you've built in the game or your engagement with the game. So it's about feeling comfortable with not owning your game. I still have 2 boxes of DVDs. I definitely understand the gamers' perspectives with that, but as people embrace the model, they will see that these games will exist. The service will continue. I'm pressing X to doubt on that one, and you'll be able to access them when you feel like. That's reassuring. You saying it's reassuring isn't reassuring. Streaming is also a thing that works really well with subscriptions, so You pay when you need it as opposed to paying all the time. Streaming is a distribution method that appears to lend itself to the subscription model, although currently it remains a very niche corner of the business. Ubisoft
Okay, the person writing this article wants to insert like 50 ads. Like,
Do you wanna
this
just
is
cut
like
it
the
there and
longest
talk?
article ever.
Let's just cut.
Yeah, I mean, like, we get the fucking point. Like, it's not you, it's the article. I don't
know.
understand why they have to
I
fucking
was
write like
I was
a novel.
internally-
It's like reading the Lord of the Rings, but Ubisoft.
Yeah.
Like the Silmarillion, if you will.
Yeah, exactly.
Anyways,
No,
sorry. It's not your reading. It's literally the article that was annoying me. It's like, okay, yeah, we get it. Yeah, we know what streaming is. Shut the
Mhm.
fuck up.
Yeah. No, I 100% agree. It was fucking going on forever, so I'm glad you cut me off, to be honest, because I was thinking in my head halfway through that I'm like, when's this gonna fucking end? Jesus. So, okay, we got the gist of it. What do you think? What do you think?
So earlier in like when we were talking, I said there's some things that have happened in the news recently where I know like the title, you know, or the clickbait of it, but I don't know the actual like deep ends of it, what's going on. So as much as that article was long and stupid, it also gave me a bit more information on what the fuck's going on. I'm seeing a lot of people like insanely outraged over this, and I don't disagree with the outrage, but how is this any different than Game Pass?
Yeah, you're not wrong.
Like, I'm not saying, like, I don't like their attitude towards it. Like, you can tell by their statement, it's very much like a you won't own anything and you'll like it type conversation, and I don't agree with the attitude going into it. But realistically, how is this not any different than like what Netflix kind of started or what Steam started? Like Steam started this whole trend where it's like everyone has their own launchers. So you saw companies slowly open their own launcher, and then everyone returned to Steam because they were like, you know, yeah, we can go, like each company pretty much saw what Steam was doing, and they're like, why don't we just do this with our own games? Now we've got a Rockstar launcher, a Ubisoft launcher, all this kind of shit, EA has Origins, whatever. All right. And then Epic became the main fucking competition to Steam. And it's like, okay, but then at the end of the day, there's trust with you and Steam. So you're going to go to Steam. But Steam killed PC physical gaming, right? So now you're in a situation where the next thing that happened was Netflix, and you have Paramount Plus, you have Disney Plus, whatever the fuck all these things are called, Peacock, all this shit, right? Because the companies are seeing the same thing. HBO. Oh, why are we letting Netflix have all of our shows when we can also have our own shows and our own contained thing, and now we can make money again?
Right.
And what happens? Well, in that case, Netflix kind of died out, in my opinion, because they weren't producing good shows, and that's a whole other conversation. But now you have this with Ubisoft. So you're in the gaming space. This is like something that Game Pass, while like a lot of us own it, I own it, so I'm hypocritical to completely shit on this Ubisoft thing because I own Game Pass. I'm part of the problem. So I own Game Pass. How is this any different if me playing the Prince of Persia game on their service versus me playing Persona 3 Reloaded when it comes out? Because I'm getting that day one. And the thing I like about Game Pass is that there are games that I get day one on there so I can try them without spending the $100. I get to just pay my $20 a month that I pay, and I get tons of games to play. Right? And it helps with what we're doing because I get to touch games that I otherwise wouldn't. Or because, you know, maybe I don't want to spend $100 every single title I want to buy. So I get to like go and be like, oh, I'm going to try this game for 10 minutes. I heard about this, whatever, right?
Right.
So I get how the attitude is wrong. I get how it's a dangerous corner to turn. I love physical gaming. I want to preserve it. But I still don't see why people are so angry at Ubisoft when Game Pass started this trend.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with the phrasing. I think they said the quiet part out loud. The way to sell people on this sort of stuff is to present quality or quantity or something that the people want to buy and let it speak for itself. The problem with what Ubisoft did here is that they used very specific phrasing of literally just the sentence, gamers comfortable with not owning their games. So he was pretty much coming from a point of like, you need to get used to not owning something. And that is something really hard for gamers to do. And I wholeheartedly disagree with him. I prefer owning because once you just take away that ownership, you lose the rights. You see so many issues.
We love owning games. Like, this is my whole thing.
Mhm.
I fucking love it. I agree.
So
I think the attitude's shitty.
yeah, I think he kind of fucked up and said the wrong sentence there. He should have just pushed forward instead with what makes your service worthwhile. The thing is, it's a Ubisoft service, so there's nothing that makes it worthwhile. Are you kidding me? You're telling me I have to pay to get Ubisoft games? What are you offering me? There's nothing of note there.
Are they still? You can still buy the games, right?
Yeah.
Individually.
Currently. But like, I think
So
what
you're
he's saying
saying that-
is he's wanting a shift in trends so that this could fully take over. And then people would be comfortable not owning their games. Because you look at like owning DVDs or owning CDs, and that is 100% on the back burner. You can still usually buy Blu-rays or 4Ks, but for the most part, people aren't buying those anymore. So he's
But
pretty
you
much...
can.
You can.
You can. So
Yeah, but they're
it's the same
dying and
thing
they're
to
slowly
me.
dying. And who knows how long they will be going. So he's wanting to get with the pace and get to a point where his service becomes like the main pivotal point. Thing is, I don't think that service is really worth that money, and him speaking that way is going to make everyone, myself included, apprehensive of ever signing up for it. They wouldn't have gotten my money
Yeah.
anyway because it's Ubisoft, but this sort of phrasing of this, of the you will own nothing and be happy sort of scenario, it's like, yeah, go fuck yourself. Not only do you not make anything I like anyway, but I like
Don't they own South Park?
South Park. Oh, did they publish that one? They published one of the
Yeah,
South
so
Park
they have made
games.
something you like.
Shit, I don't like that game anymore. I want to still say that the last game I liked from Ubisoft was from 2007. So no, I hate South Park now.
By the way, I don't disagree with what you're saying. Like, I think the attitude's fucking garbage. I think that they're doing a really bad job of marketing this. But if you look at it from a business perspective, it makes sense. Like, Game Pass has the market share on all of this. Why wouldn't you try to take some of that back?
Yeah.
It's inevitable. It's happening. Why wouldn't you try to take some of that?
Yeah, no, that does make sense. This is just kind of how articles go, right? Like you saw how long and overburdened that article is, but the headline is getting gamers comfortable with not owning their games, which is something he said. He slipped up by saying it. That has become the focal point of this, and I do think that was a huge mistake. But it is an issue. Everyone likes owning the stuff that they put money into. More and more people, especially with younger generations, are getting more comfortable with just spending things on a subscription, paying a monthly fee, and then they just get it. And then if they cancel that, they lose all of that. I absolutely love pulling things off a shelf, and it'll always be there forever, and it'll always be able to run. But we're seeing this a lot with the next generation, where they just don't fucking care about that. They just want ease of access, simple. Just works. You click a button and it goes.
But like, to me, Game Pass works. Let me give an example, okay? Arcade Paradise. I never would have bought this game in a million years, right? And I talked about it on the podcast that I love that game. You're just in a laundromat. You get to play your arcade games. You're building an arcade in the back, whatever. This is never a game I would have purchased ever, right? I got to play that whole game through because of Game Pass.
Yeah.
So to me, it's like having these kinds of services. I understand the argument of like, you subscribe to this and you can play our entire library of stuff and you can enjoy it. And then you can buy the full game if you want to. You can like, they're not eliminating the option. They're not saying, oh, you can't like buy our games anymore. You can only get it through the service. To me, it just sounds like people are like assuming the worst, that we're going to end up in that direction. Maybe we will. Like, maybe I'll eat my words 20 years from now. I don't doubt that, because I do think that trend's starting to happen. But like, I think like the only reason why Ubisoft sounds like the bad guy is purely because of how this one person is talking. But if you really look into what they're doing, it makes sense.
This has crippled so many companies, right? Look at fucking Blizzard saying, don't you people even have phones? And it's just a slip of the tongue can make them fucking cripple under their own greed.
Yeah.
I think another issue is that Ubisoft doesn't have a lot of quality games. Them having their own service is a tall order, and they would probably do better just joining up with Game Pass or joining up with another service or something. But they want the whole slice of their own pie. They want the whole slice of the future, and that's what they're trying to do. But they don't have the quality. They don't have the library for it either.
This is kind of what EA did too, right? Like EA was trying to do their own thing. Then now they have EA Play, but now EA
It's
Play you
tagged
get
on
with Game Pass.
Pass.
Like you get it tacked on with Game Pass. So
And-
are you saying that
and
you would be
EA
more okay with
EA
this
is in
if
a-
Ubisoft did the same thing?
Well, EA is in a unique position that a lot of gamers don't take into account, which is sports. There's a whole lot of people that are going to sign up for that solely because they have the mainline sports games that you can't get anywhere else. So that's how EA can get away with it. We can talk about how EA is shit forever, but the fact that there is still billions of people that will buy FIFA or buy NHL and they don't care how bad it is, that's how EA gets away with it. Ubisoft is still a video game company. Like they make primarily video games. They just
Right,
released
but,
Prince
like-
of Persia, Rainbow. They don't do Rainbow Six anymore. But you know what I mean? Like they have to appeal to
They don't do
gamers.
Rainbow Six anymore.
They do, but like when's the last Rainbow Six? When's the last?
Extinction. I can't remember the name. Is it Extinction?
Oh, the Siege or whatever.
Siege,
That's the
yeah.
Rainbow Six. That's nothing like Rainbow Six. Yeah.
Yeah, but okay. Sorry, I don't want to interrupt you too much.
No. Go ahead. I already forgot what I was saying.
I
is
don't
this again?
think that like I personally can't fully say like they only do trash games because it's just like not our flavor of game necessarily. I think they have a really bad problem with polish. I think their games get stale after a while. They're not games that I gravitate to, but there are a lot of people that like Ubisoft games.
Right.
I can see somebody using this subscription service. Like I don't think that it's necessarily completely out of nowhere that they shouldn't do this. They have enough games that they can do this. It's not like they're a company that's only built like 2 games and they're doing the service. Like I think they're starting to graduate to a point where they could.
I guess we'll see. Uplay before, I mean, they've rebranded to Ubisoft Plus, but Uplay has always been the service on PC that was a fucking nightmare. Yeah, I unfortunately Black Pill agree with you that this is just kind of the way of the future, and this is just how
It's
everything.
par for the course, in my opinion.
Mhm.
It's completely par for the course, and I think we're gonna see it from more companies. I'm actually surprised that Rockstar didn't try this first. I would
Right.
think that Rockstar would try this first.
Rockstar, they do have a Rockstar launcher, and they tried making this. This is another thing that's happened recently with Steam, but this is not exactly what we're talking about. But in PC gaming, a lot of these companies tried making their games exclusive to their launchers, but people didn't like that. I have to have the Rockstar launcher for GTA. I have to have the Ubisoft launcher for Splinter Cell. I have to have the Epic launcher for Fortnite. And like all of them, with the exception of Epic with Fortnite, have dwindled away, and they've all come back to Steam. So it's going to be interesting to see in the battle of subscription services for games, because this is the way of the future, and we can't fight it as passionately as we feel about it. You can't fight change, Arthur.
Yeah.
It's going to be interesting to see, at the very least, are they going to stay divvied up? Are we going to have our Ubisoft subscription service, our Rockstar subscription service, and all this stuff? Or are they going to go under a few primary houses? Like, look at TV show and movie streaming. We have Netflix, we have Amazon, we have Paramount, we have all of these different ones. But what do people primarily have? Netflix. When Netflix increases their prices, people don't care. They still stay subscribed. It really barely makes a dent at all.
Yeah.
So that's the main thing. Is it's definitely, unfortunately, here to stay. It's going to stay here. But is Ubisoft going to stay under its own house, or are they not going to make enough money that way, and they're going to have to go back to a Game Pass or whatever else people have? PlayStation has copied Game Pass recently. They're making a Wii U style mistake where the naming is really shit, and people are like, "Do I which tier? What? I'm
Oh yeah,
confused."
it's so confusing. Yeah, it's completely confusing. Essentials, and then you have like all this other shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, again, the easiest thing for me to compare it to is kind of like what Steam pretty much did, right? And then you look at the cut that Steam gets. Okay, so I agree that Steam deserves their cut, right? And we've had this conversation before as well on the channel. Steam does a lot for games that they have on their platform. They give you marketing space. It's driving the traffic ultimately, right? People know that they can trust Steam. They take care of the customer support, everything for you. And then at the same time, you're driving traffic through their reputation. You have honest reviews. If your game is good, people will buy your game solely based on a Steam review because the community is such a trustworthy community, in my opinion. If I'm looking for game reviews, even for a console game, I go to Steam first to see
Yeah.
what the reviews are there.
100%.
Right? So Steam deserves the cut that they take from the game sales. But let's say you're a company that's making the game and you go, why am I giving this much percentage when I already have a name for myself?
Mhm.
Right? I'm EA, and like you said, sports, right? I'm EA. People know that I'm the sports company. They don't need to research it. They already know. They see us there all the time. Why am I relying on Steam when I can get the traffic regardless?
Right. Yeah.
Right? So why wouldn't I have my own launcher and take a better cut for the games that I'm making that I will make the sales regardless?
Mm-hmm.
Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So I don't think Ubisoft quite is at the polish that it's a bit more of a risky move for them compared to some other companies. But to me, it's similar. It's like people know our name. They know it's a Ubisoft game. Why do I need to rely on Game Pass to pull in that traffic when I can have my own service and people like our games and they'll play all of our games?
Yeah.
That must be their mentality over there, right? And it's like, yeah, I mean, a lot of us gamers go, your games look like dog shit. For me personally, I'm not really a Ubisoft fan. I find most of their games annoying. They ruined Mario and Rabbids. I mean, like, there's a lot that's shit to me. Prince of Persia, the new one, does not look good to me at all. It looks very ugly.
Like 8s
It
and
looks
9s,
soulless
which is
to me.
crazy. Yeah.
I'm like completely unsold on it. Assassin's Creed was boring after the first one. Even the first one was hard to get through. Black Flag I only liked because I'm a Pirates fan. Like, I like pirates. That's why I deal with Sea of Thieves. But realistically, like, yeah, Ubisoft is not that interesting. I like Far Cry 3, but that's really about it. Far Cry 5 looked okay. So I'm not like the person they're selling to, but they're absolutely selling to those people that might be like, oh, that game looks kind of interesting. I want to try a bunch of these and see if I'm a fan of these or whatever. Right? And I can pay, I don't know what the price was, like $7.99 or some shit. I pay that price and I get to try a bunch of these games within 1 month, and it's better than me spending, $50-$60 on each game. I get to try them all in a month, and I get to see which series I like, and then whatever series I like, I'm going to go buy that game.
Yeah, I'm
So
trying to find the
to
price
me,
right
I don't know.
now.
On a consumer standpoint, it's dangerous. It terrifies me. It's convenient at the same time, and I'm not going to deny that. I've had Game Pass for the past few years. I've never unsubscribed. I've always had it. I use it frequently. But it is scary to physical media, and we're seeing the repercussions with Best Buy getting rid of physical games.
I think
a
this
lot
is
of these
Canadian.
sections.
It's $17.99 a month.
So the same price as Game Pass.
Is that the same price?
Well, I'm paying $21 after tax for Game Pass, I think.
Mm-hmm. And with this,
But
you're
Game Pass is
only...
way more valuable for me, right?
I think it's more
that's
valuable in general. Like, you're paying pretty much the same price, but only for Ubisoft games. Even if you're a Ubisoft fan, like, that's a tall
they should
order.
reduce that price. That's a ridiculous price for the size of their library, but at the same time, it's still cheaper than buying one of their games full price, right, when it first comes out.
Yeah.
So I'm just saying, on a business perspective, I get where they're coming from, but I think they're going with the wrong message. And yeah, we're obviously going to kind of be like, we're going to recoil at that because we're like, what the fuck do you mean? We have to get used to not owning our games.
Mm-hmm.
I own my fucking games. They're right there.
Yeah.
Right? So I don't think it's targeted towards the people who like deeply care about their collections like we do necessarily. I think it's really to the casual consumer. I don't, and like the person that maybe just wants to sample, right? Streamers. I can see streamers using this service.
Yeah.
To be
100%.
like, I'm gonna go stream these games
We're
and
gonna
I'm
be
gonna
loud
sit
and
here
complain
for 8
about it, but like, are the masses gonna go for this? Are they gonna be insulted? And like you
I
pointed
think the
out,
masses are not even gonna realize it exists. They're just gonna stick with Game Pass.
That's
Because
true.
even trying to get sold on Game Pass was a big battle, and now it's slowly becoming a mainstream thing. But I think a lot of consumers were scared of Game Pass when they first saw it. They didn't understand what they were looking at. If they're in the right place and someone compares it to Netflix, then they kind of get it and they're like, oh, that's interesting. But it's still like, even with that, it's like, what do you mean I don't own the game? So if I'm not connected to internet, I can't play this game. Like, there are reasons why people still kind of like, step back when they see that.
right?
But again, this is just where things are moving. So I don't blame these businesses for trying to lean into it and get their cut of it. I'm sad that that's the direction we're going in, personally.
Oh, that makes sense. I can't say it better than that. Why don't we read some chat and see you all fucking shitting on Ubisoft? Let's see here. Dude says, remember Xbox 360 store is being turned off this year. Digital will never be the way forward until copyright laws are fixed. And he says, I stopped paying for Game
Very
Pass
true.
when Halo Infinite was released in such a bare bones state. I won't reward half-finished games anymore. That's the thing is, like, we're more the smart
But that's an
consumers.
industry problem.
Yeah, and we're also the people that, like, know to do this, and we're going to check our own boxes, and we're going to make sure that we're not rewarding the wrong people. Like, I recently had someone ask me, like, they were saying, like, should I not support this company because of their business practices or their censorship or anything? And I'm just like, I'm no arbiter of anything. You do what you want with your money. I personally won't, but, like, I can't control what you do with your funds. And the thing is, it's like we can work so hard to boycott this and that and say we're not supporting this and that, and that's good for your own wallet and your own morals. But what really matters is, are the masses also following that at all? And I think the big black pill was when Netflix did that huge raise price scenario again, and everyone said that they were going to cancel subscriptions, and I think subscriptions actually went up, if I remember
Yeah, if
correctly.
you look at the charts, the subscriptions increased because people were afraid and they just wanted to have their Netflix. So like, okay, fine. Guess I can't share with my friend anymore now. I'm gonna own it myself.
Yeah.
So yeah, I remember seeing that. To dude's point on Game Pass, he said I stopped paying for Game Pass when Halo Infinite was released in such a bare bones state. I won't reward half-finished games anymore. But this is like, I remember you and Neo having this conversation about achievements with me and how achievements should work as intended. Well, Game Pass is working on its own as intended. It's not their fault if the games that go on Game Pass are half-baked, just like it's not the achievement's fault if the game doesn't have proper achievements triggering, right?
Right.
I don't think it's Game Pass's fault.
I guess you could say that would be like watching a shitty movie on Netflix, not Netflix's fault.
Yeah, Netflix has no responsibility to like besides maybe the person that's picking the films that go on Netflix, but ultimately they're just, getting licenses and they're featuring it. So the Game Pass is working as intended, Netflix is working as intended. It's giving you a library, right? And then if the games on the library aren't good, like that's up to the people that made the game.
Mm-hmm.
Whether it's first party or not, it still, to me, is like it's on the game itself. It's not on the service.
That makes sense. With that, Internet Crusader says, fuck Ubisoft with the same rusty spoon they fucked Bethesda with. There you go. That's descriptive. Jonathan Davis says, they own South Park. Ubisoft is the last person to champion the cause. Everyone hates their launcher, and I refuse to buy their games unless on a console. Internet Crusader says, fuck that. I'm not buying Ubisoft games unless I know they aren't making money. Retro or GOG. I forgot to bring up this point on GOG, but GOG did have a response to this, and GOG's just been getting better and better. GOG did a tweet saying, you should feel extremely comfortable with owning your games on GOG, in brackets, they are DRM free, which was a great own that they could do, because GOG has always been a champion of, like, you actually own your games here. That's the whole point. That's the benefit that they have.
But
even
you
over
don't.
Steam.
It's still digital. It's still digital.
Yeah,
there are people that argue that if you own something digitally, you don't own it. So yeah, GOG, I like them, but it's still, to me, the same argument. It's like,
so the
it
way
could be
GOG
whatever.
works, the way you own your games on GOG is that it works like Steam. It works like all these other platforms. You have your games and you install them. The thing is, GOG, the whole point is it's DRM free, so you get all the files, and if you want to keep those on your computer forever, you can. Like, you can uninstall GOG and the game will still run.
Yeah, and that's fine. I'm just saying that people would still argue if you own something digitally, you don't actually own it, right? So then,
yeah,
GOG is only digital. You don't get
there
this.
is a
right?
scenario where you could lose your GOG library if, say, you didn't already have it downloaded and GOG servers shut down tomorrow.
Exactly.
But it is a point over other platforms because you could take the precaution of just getting a huge hard drive and putting all the games on there, if that makes sense. So they've got one
I'm just
point
saying,
above,
like, it's like
yeah.
they're 1 point above, but it's still like they're still aiding the same thing that Steam's aiding to.
Internet Crusader says, I definitely understand the gamers' perspectives. No, you don't, fuckwit. Jonathan Davis says streaming isn't working in Hollywood, so people think it'll work in gaming. Nerdy Neo says it's the same as Game Pass, but less content for more money. Internet Crusader says, I don't own Game Pass. Jerry Crow says in brackets T or in quotations TV. Internet Crusader says it's the attitude, the absolute audacity coming out to say exactly what you said. You'll own nothing and you'll like it. And of course, we've
Yeah.
heard that phrasing from other sources, and so I think for a lot of us, it triggered a certain thing in our brain of like, really,
Oh,
you're
yeah.
going full WEF with this. Static says
I had to kind of balance myself there. I had to, like, because I heard that wording and it instantly
Yeah.
made me like pissed off.
and I think
And then I had
that's
to like sit and think on what you were reading out, and I'm like, but this makes sense.
yeah.
Going like
The
based on where
article
the climate
was too long, and it makes sense. I personally hate it, and I still hate Ubisoft, and it ain't for me. But they probably do have a chance of getting a slice of that pie. But I guess time will tell as this nightmare reality gets worse and worse. Static 2020 says, I believe all movie streaming platforms are losing money except Netflix and HBO. Warner has started again licensing out their content so that it can be found outside of HBO. I expect some movie platforms will die out. Same thing will happen with gaming. Yeah, I can agree with that.
Well, this is the whole Steam thing, right? People return to Steam.
Yeah, exactly. People all return to Steam for digital ownership over their games, and probably that's actually an interesting point. I wonder if Steam is ever going to roll out a subscription service. They probably have floated that idea behind the scenes.
Yeah. But then you would have to change your entire model. I don't see how it would. I mean, it could work with
It's-
what they're doing,
it's
but what they have going
probably-
is so good.
It's probably come up in conversations. It's probably something they have,
100%.
like they
Yeah.
they probably have some folder for a Steam subscription service. I would guess, being on Steam forever, it would probably be ridiculously cheap, and you wouldn't get access to every game on the platform. But similar to the Steam Deck and their other hardware, it would be excellent for the just wealth of indie games that they have on there, like your Dead Cells, for example. Maybe you wouldn't get access to like Diablo that just went on Steam or something. But yeah, that's how I can see it going. But we'll see. We'll see.
This is a market share conversation. Like, Steam doesn't necessarily need Game Pass's market share, right? They're
Mhm.
working in two completely different models. So like, you can go in tandem. There's so many people that like have a big Steam library and use Game Pass
Yeah, it's true.
because they don't really conflict with each other that much, right?
Mm-hmm. Nerdy Neo says Ubisoft games go on deep discount all the time. Internet Crusader says AAA is losing money and desperately trying to cling to any source of income they can get. Microsoft jumped the gun on buying everything they could and putting it on Game Pass. I don't know. It seems to be working out for them.
This is bloated gaming budgets, right? All these
Yeah.
studios are making these games that cost so much money to make. They have all these people in middle positions that don't even need to be there, that they're just spending money on for the sake of people that help make decisions, right? So
Yeah.
everything is just bloating, and then you need to take more of the market share. So as a company, of course, you're going to start moving in this direction. Oh, this is successful. How do we do it ourselves?
Yeah. Draco says Ubisoft taking that whole "it's not a bug, it's a feature" to a whole new level with them feature-rich asset reclaims. Nornidio says they did publish the South Park RPGs. City Split says, for me, Game Pass is a replacement to game rentals that doesn't replace game ownership, but it is far superior than rentals. Jerry Crow says renting movies
That's
was fun
a
and felt special.
That's a really good comment. We should stop on that because he's right. Game Pass is literally game rentals for me. That's why I love it so much.
Mm-hmm.
Because there's so many games that I would play as a kid that I would go to Blockbuster or whatever, Rogers, and I would play them, and then I'd come home and I'd buy the game later, right? This Game Pass is the same thing for me because I can't go to Blockbuster anymore.
Yeah. And I also do like what Jerry said, saying renting movies was special. Had to be the same with games. You would actually play them. Yeah, and that was something that happened in our RoboCop stream yesterday, like the fucking side mission where we got to go rent a movie with our friend. That was like, oh my God, they tried to recapture this magical experience. And it was a cultural thing that we have 100. Oh my God, Discord! What is going on? Hello? Can you hear me? Hello? Hello? Uh-oh. Oh, are we back? I'm back. I don't know if Kay's back. We have been getting some snow here. We might be disconnected. Kay's just frozen in shock. Oh! Hello?
You dropped. I guess your Discord was upgrading, and then now I'm back, I guess.
What the fuck?
Disconnected me and then reconnected me to the call after you dropped.
Oh my God. Maybe the Ubisoft cops are after us. You ever think about that? Ubisoft coming for
Maybe.
us. Nerdy Neo says EA Play is a part of Game Pass Ultimate. What? Ubisoft had a bunch of good games. Yeah, they had Ghost Recon Advanced Warfighter 2. And City Split says, yeah, but pre-internet you could get stuck with a bad game rental. Not all places allowed you to exchange. It could ruin a weekend. That is a good point.
Yep.
Well, that's the thing is things get replaced that we appreciate culturally with ease and convenience. Ultimately, humans want convenience. They want to be comfy. They want to stay at home. They want to do nothing. And they want to be happy. And they will pay for that. They will pay for all of that convenience. So we all have fond, nice memories going to the rental store and going with our family and, you know, getting a pizza and all that stuff. But of course, streaming services replace that because you can just go click and then you get way more bang for your buck and everything. So absolutely, games are in danger of going through the same cultural shift. I hope not. But it looks like it's headed towards that direction. Game Pass is getting pretty huge, so we'll see. Nerdy Neo says Rainbow Six Siege is popular, but not a Rainbow Six game. Internet Crusader says Assassin's Creed Unity was not an issue of polish. Goes Nowhere Does Nothing is here. How's it going? And he says Ubisoft games are fucking ugly. Nerdy Neo says I wish Ubisoft Plus existed sooner because I already own a ton of Ubisoft games. Oh my god, and the chat fucking went off on me. Hold on here. Fuck. Here it is. Internet Crusader says, made with a diverse set of a certain word. I'm not saying that. Nerdinio says, Doom Eternal is not a Rainbow Six game. To Insidious Bliss saying, kind of like Doom Eternal. Internet Crusader says, if purchasing is not ownership, then piracy is not a crime. And Goes Nowhere Does Nothing says, preach! Jerry Crow says Far Cry 6 was dope. Nerdy Neo says that new Prince of Persia looks great. I disagree. Everyone else thinks it looks great. I think it looks like shit, but that's fine. Jerry Crow says gotta play it again. Dermy Wormy says Game Pass makes sense for streamers and everyday people. And that's the majority of consumers, right? Like, we're the odd ducks looking on the outside. We're the enthusiasts. We're the gaming snobs, if you will. We're the ones that take our game seriously and go for pixel perfect. Most people just want to go, I'm gonna play the game. Oh, I did it. Mario jumped. Good. I put it down. That's most people. So that's who they're appealing to. They just made the mistake of phrasing and kind of triggering our brains with the phrasing in this scenario. So let's hope they don't win, because it definitely is an attack on kind of how we'd like our gaming culture to be. But
it's not going to win, though. We're seeing, again, Steam. People are returning to Steam.
Yeah.
People are returning to Netflix. The same thing's going to happen. But the thing is, people are going to return to Game Pass. So it's not like they're going to return to physical necessarily, but they'll return to the original spot and streamlined. Right?
These people are going to bloat out. You're going to see a billion different video game streaming services, and they're slowly going to shrink. And then you're all going to be subscribed to the 1 to 3 titans that are left remaining. Nerdy Neo says Ubisoft Plus is like the same price as Game Pass, but a fraction of the number of the games. I'll probably substitute Ubisoft Plus for a month and burn through the games that I want to play, but I don't already own.
That's what I'm saying. That's an argument for getting this service.
Yeah.
Nerdy Neo likes Ubisoft games. He's going to sub for 30 days. He's going to be able to play all these games. He's going to get a way better deal out of it than purchasing all those individually.
Yeah.
And then he can unsub.
Me personally, I don't have any streaming service at all, even for film. I think it all fucking sucks. Netflix has always sucked. I remember the first time that I went on Netflix, like, fucking years ago, decades, almost decades, plural. But I went on and I'm like, oh, this is a cool idea. I can just access an archive of movies. And I went through my watch list and I'm like, do you have Frankenstein? No. Do you have The Fly? No. Do you have Dracula? No. And I think there was like one thing on my list of 300 movies at the time they had. And I'm like, oh, this is garbage. They just go for the newest things. I want a subscription to the oldest things. Give me an like, that's what a video game streaming service should do. And still, we don't have it for a film and TV service. I want a huge library of old stuff.
Well, because look at what Roku's doing, right? Everything, all the public domain stuff and the super old stuff that no one cares about anymore, but really, like, all of us are starting to care.
Right.
That stuff is all for free if you have Roku, right?
But there's still a lot
So
of
that's
stuff
what's
from
going on.
like
It's
the
not in the
30s and the
it's not the
40s and
mainstream.
50s that doesn't exist. So I don't know. It's just, it would be
You want
nice.
like a total archive.
It would be nice if what's going on with my hair? It'd be what's going on with my hair? Oh my god. It'd be nice if on all fronts someone made a subscription service for going for the back catalogs, and it would be cheaper, and not going for we need the latest groundbreaking thing and we got to make our own content, and they've just never done it. I don't think gaming's going to do it either. I want a gaming subscription service where I can play Jazz Jackrabbit and Earthworm Jim and Redneck Rampage and StarCraft 1. I don't care about the new stuff. Give me an old service, right? So anyway, but that's not how it's going to go. That's not how it's gone with movies and TV. That's not how it's going to go with games because that's not where the money is. Internet Crusader says, bro, no, fuck that. Jerry Crow says, I got 2 monthly expenses, RuneScape and YouTube Premium. Internet Crusader says, K is correct. Most of the people who play games are not terminally online. The problem is that all these new services, nobody's going to be willing to pay for 5 different services. That's what we saw with streaming is people went and sailed the 7 seas. Netflix happened. People sailed the 7 seas less. And then more of them popped up. And now you realized, oh, if I want to watch everything, I'm paying the same amount as cable. They go back to
Yeah,
sailing
but
the
I
7
disagree
seas.
with this because it's 2 different industries. With like movies, film, TV, right? The amount of money you would spend individually on those films versus like gaming, it's a little bit different because you're spending almost $100 per game or whatever. I don't know what Americans pay, but Canadians, I'm going off of our shit. $100 per game. So if I'm getting like 3 or 4 services, I'm paying for 1 game a month, but I'm getting tons of games.
Right.
That's valuable to me, right? The thing that sucks is I don't own it. Again, that's why I want to keep this going, and that's why I spend the money and I buy it regardless. But if I actually want to be cost effective, I can spend the price, if I had to do multiple services, the price of 1 video game a month, and I would get access to several. How does that not make sense too?
Yeah, no, I see it succeeding. It's just going to be a sad nightmare reality. Goes Nowhere Does Nothing says streaming service should be more like the evolution of video stores. Pay a bit to stream a game for a little bit, then buy it if you like it. Keep the existing models as well for people who like that. I think they tried that and it didn't. I feel like that's been tried and it didn't really work out, like time trials.
No, Game Pass does it.
Oh, Game Pass does time trials?
So if, well, it does pretty much, if the game is leaving Game Pass and you're subscribed to Game Pass, sometimes you get a like additional discount on it. So you can buy the game cheaper, which I've done before. I'm like, oh, I still want to play this game.
Nerdinio says you don't need the internet to play Game Pass games, only download them or stream them. Internet Crusader says, why would I pay for Game Pass, Ubisoft Plus, Netflix, etc.? Money is tight for everyone. Jerry Crow says it's very relative to the price. Nerdy Neo says I refuse to sub to YouTube Premium because of the censorship. Jerry Crow says he gets silly with the ads, so phone and TV have to have it. Ad block works on PC. Nerdy Neo says I've also gamed the system to get 3 years of Game Pass for $65. Jonathan Davis says the problem is that they think we are consumers, not customers. That's 100% true. Paul says thoughts on Xbox Showcase today. If we get to it, I have thoughts on one of the things. So I'm going to speed through this chat, and maybe we can talk about one of the things here, and I can give you my James take, if you will, on one of the announcements. I only saw one of the announcements. I don't know what the fuck else they announced. Nerdinho says, I hate ads too, but not enough to give people money. Paul says, Obsidian Avowed looked good. See, I didn't even know they fucking announced that. Nerdinho said, you can download your GOG files and burn them to a disk if you want. That's fucking awesome. Static says, there is a difference with DRM free, because you can store that on a hard drive and have redundant backups. Internet Crusader says, burn your game to a disk. Jonathan says, gaming streaming will come with ads. Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there was like blueprints that
Warner Bros.
I'm pretty sure game streaming with ads, like, didn't that get leaked when like the original Xbone like fucking shit got leaked? I remember those like this nightmare reality like blueprints that they had where it's like you're gonna get an achievement if you jump up and say go Oreo or something like that.
Yeah, I remember
You remember that?
that?
And it was like that
Yeah.
was real. They were actually they were thinking of that, where to break
But we've seen ads in games. Like, literally, remember you were playing Mortal Kombat, and then it was like, go buy Hogwarts Legacy. And you're like, I own
Yeah.
the fucking game. Fuck
yeah,
off.
Yeah. And so they're going to slowly creep in. It's all about the slow creep. This guy set it back a little bit with his phrasing, but they're going to, they want to stay quiet, keep it going. Nerdinio says, you can own your digital content, but it takes effort. Jerry Crow says Facebook's okay with their ad thing. Paul says, burn GOG games on CD physical. Jerry Crow says, fucking have to have it. Nerdy Neo says, everything was fine on our end the whole time. Really? What the fuck happened to Discord on my end? Jerry Crow says, I haven't seen Dua Lipa without either her shirt or skirt or both for a while. Is that a person?
Yeah.
Dude, not Dua Lipa or whatever. Halo is a first-party title. It's like when Stranger Things had a bad season for Netflix. They're supposed to be the tentpoles that bring people to the service. That's true, and now Halo is not a tentpole for Xbox anymore, and we're probably not going to see another Halo game for like a fucking decade, which is insane. A story that I cut for today was actually that they had a Halo Battle Royale game planned, and it got canceled. Short version, good. As a Halo fan, good. I fucking hate Battle Royale games. And I'm sick of Halo getting fucking drug through the mud. So, fuck it. I hope you die. Okay. Are you ready for something hopefully less depressing? Just kidding. It's more depressing.
How is it more depressing?
It is for me. It is for me. Okay. So, that was the Ubisoft story. Now, let's get to something that hurts me. Australia decided to ban literal art. I tweeted out, because I actually didn't find an article on this. Friend just let me know, and that's right. Shout out to my friend. Just let me know that the coffin of Andy and Lele was banned in Australia. Thought it was a joke, but it looks like it's real. I'm sorry to all my Aussie friends. You can no longer experience the greatest gaming experience of the decade due to your wacky country. And yes, extra. Poor Mazza here. So, via the Asmon Gold Reddit account, I'm guessing this game is still on Asmon's radar since he played it on Steam. Looks like our nanny state government has banned it since I get unavailability in my region. When selecting the game on Steam, this may have been brought up by a Kotaku Australia journalist who criticized the game's incest themes, since Australia rarely bans online-only available games until they have been brought to the attention of our classification board. So that's right. Literally, one Australian fucking journalist from Kotaku ruined everything. Thanks, Emily Spindler. You look insufferable. Is this a long article? Oh my god. Okay, let's look through what this thing. She literally got a whole fucking country to ban this Kino fucking game because of this. This week in games I'd wish I'd never heard of. The Coffin of Andy and Lele, a horror visual novel and puzzle game about cannibalism and possible sibling incest. Sounds like someone's jealous. Why am I bringing it to your attention, you might ask? Because for some reason, 97% of over 7,000 Steam reviews, mine included, for this game are overwhelmingly positive, and the reviews are deeply cursed cesspit that will stick with me beyond the grave. Good! I hope we haunt your fucking ass into the grave. The Coffin of Andy and Lele is described as a walk-and-talk adventure with light puzzling in which a brother and sister practice cannibalism after witnessing a botched satanic ritual. The siblings in question are caught in an extremely toxic sibling relationship, which gets the tagline, Cannibalism and Codependency. What the Steam page fails to mention about this sibling relationship is that Ashley and Andrew Graves are two playable characters, and again, I remind you, siblings have something slightly more incesty going on than just a doormat brother and his slightly manipulative sister, depending on your choices in the game. Again, depending on your choices, you don't have to bang your sister. You don't have to. And spoiler alert.
Yeah, it's a fucking option.
Spoiler alert. It doesn't actually
Whatever.
happen. This relationship can become even more incesty. The Coffin of Andy and Lele is still in early access with more to come. You spelt come wrong. So there's still plenty more gameplay and story to come, with likely, unfortunately, more brother, sister, whatever the fuck this is. Again, you're fucking jealous. Somehow it takes a game about cannibalism and manages to make the second worst thing you can do. Wait. Are you telling me that incest is literally worse than eating a human being? Is that what she's saying there?
I think she's saying the reverse. I think she's saying the incest is second to the eating.
Make
people.
the second worst thing? I'm not sure. They're both great. The game is in pretty low pixel detail with cartoony pictures of the characters appearing aside the screen as they speak, meaning the actual cannibalism and occult aspects of Coffin of Andy and Lele are not actually all that graphic. The horror element comes more from perceiving the story of Andrew and Ashley's dynamic, I suspect. The gameplay involves puzzles, killing, and eating people, and making different choices that alter the story as you progress in a style that feels eerily similar to horrific RPG Maker games from internet era of yore. While the game itself is horrific, what really makes it noteworthy is that over 7,000 positive Steam reviews that accompany it, ranging from I can fix her, what is there to fix, through to I love eating my neighbors. repeatedly up to what I can only assume is the review character limit. For context, this is better reviewed than Baldur's Gate 3. It's also a better game than Baldur's Gate 3. I've collated some of the funniest and most fucked up ones for your viewing pleasure. Make changes that change the course of the story. Be like sex, not sex, or homicide. My brother gifted me this, and it did say product received for free.
It's amazing.
I can fix her. I assure you, dear player, the scene of Andrew groping his sister's ass is absolutely crucial to the plot. I'm just wondering if I'm going to see my review in here. God forbid women have fun. I'll ask my sister out if this gets 100 likes. Legally questionable, morally disgusting. Personally, I like it. I love eating my neighbors. Cannibalism is fine, but I draw the line at incest. Yeah, exactly. Literally, it's called Brother Sister. It's about a brother and a sister. The worst game I've ever played. Only degenerates like this. And fun for the whole family. Weirdly, large amount of Undertale fans in their review section for reasons I can't quite decipher. Fuck Undertale. The Coffin of Andy and Laylee is set to fully release sometime in 2024 with 2 more chapters of whatever fresh hell I burnt into my eyeballs with. It's been getting a lot of internet discourse, mostly due to the incest, a sentence I never thought I'd have to write in my tenure at this horrible fucking site. But here we are. If you'd ever considered playing this game, might I suggest go outside? Oh, go touch grass. So
If you're gonna fucking bitch about a game and try to get it removed from a country, why don't you fucking go outside, fucking bitch?
yeah, how about you hit the fucking
Like,
gym
you're
and put down the
complaining
ice
about
cream?
people doing what they want in their own free time, and your fucking response is to try to get it, like, pulled down.
I
Go
hate
fuck yourself. You're the one
Kotaku
that needs to fucking go outside.
so
Go do something more
much.
interesting. Yeah, me too. I fucking hate Kotaku. I hate Kotaku. I hate whatever Ars Technica. I don't know the name. I hate IGN. I hate fucking, what is the other one? Polygon. Fuck you. Fuck all of you.
Fuck them all.
Go fuck yourselves.
So she was definitely outraged and upset in that one. It was nice to see that she didn't actually advocate to get it pulled down. However, this is what Australia does, and she does write specifically for Kotaku Australia, so I have to wonder if she knew this was coming. Just a point for Australia, this isn't the first time they have banned a lot of shit. A lot of you will remember how much shit Left 4 Dead 2 went through. Some banned games in Australia include Manhunt, Hotline Miami 2, and Mother Russia Bleeds, which we've literally streamed on this channel. An R rating has been added to the classification board, but it's rarely used. The system has always been abysmal. Took them years to uncensor Left 4 Dead 2 here. For years, zombies had no gore and would just fade into nothing after killing them. I think they removed the ban in 2014, if I remember correctly, but I don't remember the console version ever getting updated, only PC. Valve has always been bad about updating their games on console because they just don't give a fuck. So, yeah, this is a 2-for-1. Fuck Kotaku, fuck journalists. 3-for-1. Fuck Kotaku, fuck journalists, and fuck Australia. Dear Lord, what does Australia have that's good? You have spiders, kangaroos that want to murder dogs, and no video games. No wonder Mad Max spawned from this fucking world. It's the worst country ever. So, go fuck yourself, all of you. I hate you all. And my fucking god, I will champion this game till the fucking day I die. I am going to stream it day 1 when Chapter 3 drops. I cannot wait. I just hope that this ban hasn't influenced any of the creative decision going into Chapter 3 and 4. I really hope not. Don't let these pieces
I
of
don't
shit.
think so.
It's a possibility, but I really hope not. So, anyway, I just
It's
had to
fucking
talk.
Australia. They banned Hotline Miami 2 because of a cutscene in the beginning I don't want to spoil. But if you know,
Right.
I saw it. It wasn't that bad at all. I was like, okay, yeah, it's fucking, like, you see this, you see worse in film.
Mm-hmm. So I just wanted to put a spotlight on that because I don't see a lot of people talking about that. But yes, once again, the best game of last year is getting crucified and raked across the coals for just being too damn good. So fuck them all. I obviously never want any art censored ever. It's fucking fictional. They're literally just drawings. It shouldn't be fucking censored in any fucking capacity. It's also, it's M rated, right? Or it's adults only effectively. Let me make sure right here. Let me go Coffin of Andy and Lele right here. Oh god, it's playing the music. Well, it's not. Well, anyway, I don't think it's rated because it's early access. That's fine. I don't care.
Oh, that's I mean that's something though, right? I'm not saying that I fuck Australia. But that is something that early access games should have a rating system, no?
Let me see ESRB rating. I'm just seeing here.
But then I guess it would technically be rated pending, right? Like it would be RP because the game isn't fully out
It's
yet.
not out. It's technically not out.
Yeah, see, that's a weird loophole with early access.
Sneaky little loophole. What a sneaky little loophole. That's
No,
fine.
that
I
just
don't
made me
care.
think about something else entirely. But regardless, I just don't understand people who don't get fiction. Like,
Yeah.
it's clearly just like a fucking like artistic choice, and it's not like it paints it as like a good thing.
Mm.
I didn't go away from watching you play that saying like, oh, they're trying to paint this like it's a good thing. Like
Yeah,
the
no.
situation's fucked up that they're going
The
through,
game
and you
very
are
clearly
like,
states
what the fuck are they doing?
that they're in like a super traumatic scenario where they're starving to death, and like they're both terrible people, and this is the fucking road they're going down. And I like what Triss said on Twitter, where why didn't everyone get all up in arms about Game of Thrones, which is riddled with incest and toxic relationships and all this shit. And it's true. It's always fucking video games. Like you could literally depict this in a movie and nobody would have fucking complained. It would have been probably celebrated.
Look at Jason Momoa. I mean, they have tried to throw this in his face, but isn't this character literally like? I don't know if I'm allowed to say the word, but like,
yeah,
you know what I mean?
he's Urkel owing various people in Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
They recently tried to
And now
throw it
he's
in his
like the
face.
heartthrob. He's the heartthrob of Hollywood.
Yeah, exactly. Well, he knows what the ladies
Which
like.
I don't disagree with him. Like, it's a role, right? So like his response was correct.
Mm-hmm.
I was acting in a role. That's what I was asked to do, right? So it's like that's how it should be. But like I don't understand why video games are targeted so more like intense about it than movies
Mm-hmm.
are. And film. I'm sorry, and I'm losing my voice. What's
That's
going
fine.
on?
That's fine. I'll keep
I'm
talking. You rest
crying.
your voice. Let's read some chat. Fuck Kotaku. Dude says a good game has been banned. Time to shill a VPN. That's right, folks. We're sponsored by ExpressVPN. Are you I wish. But yeah, no, that's one subscription service that I can get behind. That's for sure. Let's see here. Jerry Crow says Lele Games. Lele Games. Oh, I like that. Internet Crusader says Lele Games, the Lele Hunger podcast. This is amazing. And he also says Australia is a joke. True. Jonathan Davis
Yes.
says incest and cannibals fans stand together against furries. He also says this would be the hill James dies on. Yes, Billy Mitchell and incest. That's where I plant my flag. Let's see here. Oh, have a good night, Nerdy Neo. I missed you backing out there. Have a good night.
Have a good night.
Jerry Crow says, how can you even have the ESRB? Like, what, anyone who publishes has to pay them to rate you? Anyone? Internet Crusader says the ESRB is a standard exclusivity because companies are scared not to have it. And Paul says Australia-based. Well, Paul, go fucking move to Australia. Enjoy your frying spiders and your censored version of Sea of Stars and your lack of Andy and Lele. I'll be over here with my incest cannibalism horror, and I'll be living my best life.
There's
Spider-free.
nothing based about Australia. You can't even play Manhunt because it depicts murder too badly. Like, come on.
Oh my god, I fucking hate. Yeah, I hate Australia so much. That's honestly always been the one country that I said I would never fucking go to. I will go to like the
Yeah,
dangerous.
it's because of spiders for you.
The spiders! Yeah. Spiders and censorship. What do they got? They got some handsome men like Mel Gibson. That's about it. That's it. Dude says the reason the video game's still targeted is because a large group of people still see them as just for kids. Exactly. Well, and it's just for kids or gambling. Like, people still really don't understand video games. It's fucking crazy.
Which is why the ESRB makes sense, and I'm not against the ESRB. Because the public perception is that, games or whatever for kids. I don't think they are. It's the same as a movie that you have the PG-13 rating, whatever. I'm not against that because, just like there's certain sites on the internet that you shouldn't be going on unless you're over the age that you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
And those sites should also block you if you're not of age to go on there, right?
Mm-hmm.
To me, it's all the same. It absolutely should. There should be that, right? But like to fucking just flat out block a game from existing in your country is insane.
Yeah.
It's insane. That's what the ratings are for. It's like when parents complain about GTA, and it's like, why did you let your kid buy GTA if you have a problem with it?
Right, right.
Like, it's not catered to your children. It's literally catered to, it's an M rating.
I actually wish that the E ESRB AO rating was normalized. Every time E ESRB rates a game AO, then everyone has to stop the presses because then it becomes illegal for anyone under 18 to buy the game. You know, we saw that with like the hot coffee mod in San Andreas. We've seen that with other games. And so they have to like censor their game like crazy to not get it AO. Fucking let it be AO. That's fucking badass.
Yeah, I think the worst part about that is that like there's certain streaming platforms you can't even stream AO games, right?
Twitch,
like
yeah.
Twitch, I'm
Twitch
pretty
does
sure.
not allow
Like
AO.
that's fucking garbage. Like just create an AO category.
Yeah, I 100% agree. When in doubt, always give people the option. What's that? Australia? Yeah, why don't you give people the option? I'm fine with you slapping a pansy sticker over Coffin of Andy and Lele Australia edition and be like, this hurt the government's feelings because God forbid a brother and sister have too much fun together. So just you have to click a box. Are you okay with brothers and sisters getting it on like Donkey Kong in fiction? And you click yes, I've watched Game of Thrones.
Oh yeah, Jerry's confused because in Europe it's a completely different rating system. AO is like the highest thing. So you
Oh,
like
yeah, they
here
got
you
Peggy.
have you've got E, yeah, they've got Peggy 12 and all that stuff. But
Peggy
here it's like
18.
you have E, E10, teen,
T.
M, and then AO.
Yeah, rated M for mature.
Yeah.
And then yeah, there's Peggy in Europe. That's right.
But AO is like mature is meant like the, you know, you have to show your ID to get this game kind of shit. But then AO is like this game is so bad, even though it's like whatever the fuck. Like who cares?
Yeah. Okay, Jerry's got it. Yeah.
Yeah,
So yeah,
Peggy
everyone
13.
has their own ratings. And Australia, that's the problem, is Australia has their own ratings. And they have, like we saw in that Reddit thread there is a specific ratings board. Where the fuck is it? Yeah, they have an R rating now, but no one cares to use it there. So they still just kind of ban games, which is crazy. Elvis says AO is usually porn or extreme themes. Yeah, but there has been some games that would have been normally sold that have like triggered that AO rating, and then the developers quickly rush to fucking sweep it all under the rug. Oh yeah.
Does anybody have a favorite AO game? I think mine's probably Honey Pop.
Is Honey Pop AO? Is
Yeah, I think so.
Probably, right? I can check.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
That would be a fucking contender. I mean, so many of them have been removed and censored. I'd want to look up a list and see.
Is
God.
Manhunt AO?
Manhunt was gonna be, and then they censored the shit out of it. They did the whole thing of adding the whole shaky, you know, black and white footage on the kills, and that brought it down to an M.
Stupid.
Let me see. AO rated games. I am curious now. List of AO rated games. The Joy of Sex, Crystal Fantasy, Cyber Photographer, All Nude Cyber. Okay, give me like popular ones. Let me see if any...
I feel like it's always the porn aspect that makes it AO.
Yeah, Hatred.
It's very rarely the violence.
Hatred got an AO.
Hatred's AO, right?
Hatred sucked,
What, because
by
of
the way.
school shootings? Like,
Yeah.
come on.
Oh, hey,
That's so
there you go.
stupid.
It's Game Week literally streamed. Leisure Suit Larry Magna Cum Laude is AO.
Yeah.
There we go. Playboy the Game on Xbox, remember that? Ooh, Wet the Sexy
Okay.
Empire. This game looks good. Anyway, bookmark that one for later. Manhunt 2 Uncut Edition is rated AO. So they have an uncut version that is AO. So you can get the authentic material. Games that received it but did not get released with an AO rating, obviously San Andreas. Punisher as well, they had to censor Punisher. Yeah, Manhunt 2, Outlast 2, and Agony. I remember that with Agony. Yeah. So yeah, fuck Australia, pretty much. They've always been shit. It's like them in like fucking China, because China's afraid of skeletons. So.
Yeah. And Canada as well, by extension sometimes.
Yeah, Canada sucks too. Everyone sucks. Have a good night, dude. Thank you for hanging out for so long.
Have a good night, dude.
Would you like to get to another story? I've
Let's
got
do
a
it.
billion more. I've got a billion more. All right. Hour of power. Let's power through some of this shit. I haven't read this story. I only read the headline, and I'm like, fuck, I really want to talk about this. Do I even have it up? Because I didn't know if we'd get this far. Yes, I do. Let's see. Right here. Square Enix quietly removes recruitment page bragging about censorship. Square Enix was caught quietly removing their recruitment page that had a quote from one of their employees bragging about censoring the developers' games. For those unaware, Square Enix previously had a recruitment page up that contained quotes from employee Tanabe Mari to potential new employees. The original page was in Japanese, but thankfully, an individual thankfully translated Mari's statements. The page contained these quotes has since been removed. Oh, okay, let's see it. Here it is. My job. I started out as a game designer on an online game. Nowadays, though, as a member of the Quality Assurance Department's ethics team, I do a content check for all the company's titles. More precisely, I look at scenario, art, and all other aspects of the game to see if there is anything discriminatory, biased, or offensive. Fuck. On top of being involved with so many games, we in the ethics teams are involved with each one for a long span of time, from the initial planning stages and continually throughout a project's development. It's a great feeling of accomplishment when a game finally gets released. Favorite part of my job? Let me guess. Because the ethics team job is to make changes to whatever the devs make, I have to take the responsibility and make sure that any changes I make / suggest are justified. It's a lot more than a simple yes-no sort of thing. Being able to propose an alternate expression is also a huge part of it. One aspect I try really hard at is to make sure changes aren't noticed by the end user. For example,
Are you fucking kidding me?
a typo or a controversial, problematic, weird, artistic, or verbal expression is in a really emotional scene could ruin the experience. The user not noticing my changes mean that I've done my job right. On the flip side, when a game I was involved in gets released to outstanding praise, it feels like I'm the one getting praised for my work, and it really makes my day. The pages you are looking for are no longer available. An exact reason behind the page's removal has not been officially stated. The webpage has also been archived. Square Enix has been known to contain an ethics department, and it is believed that this department was responsible for suggesting the tightening of Tifa's chest in Final Fantasy VII Remake. Similarly, the same game took modern sensibilities into account in regards to the Honeybee Inn. So, as we've said before, we've obviously talked a whole lot about Sweet Baby Inc., but Sweet Baby is just one slice of this pie here. Companies really are doing this to themselves internally as well, and even Japanese companies. A lot of people like to hold up Japan as being the last bastions of like quality entertainment and freedom. Not true. A lot of Japanese companies are seeing the West's outrage and nannying going on, and they are just internally hiring people to be like, hey, make sure those crazy Americans don't get all uptight and mad at us. And Square Enix, as you've seen, like with what's that game with that woman that was like, oh, I just heckin' threw that rock, you know, the Forspoken? Is that it?
Oh, I know nothing about Forspoken.
I think it's
yet,
Forspoken.
Square?
Squeenix game.
Yeah.
Squeenix game.
Yeah, Squeenix, yeah.
So, Sweet Baby, we're not going to ever stop talking about them, but I'm going to talk about every single scenario because it's not an issue just solely contained to one company. It is an industry-wide issue. It's actually a culturally wide issue.
No, I mean,
you're seeing it in
I
film
think
and
that
TV
Sweet
as
Baby's
well.
Sweet Baby's a very easy target, right? Because it's very blatant and out there.
Yeah.
But to me, as soon as that discovery came to light that we were looking into, is like, oh, this is like a big thing. It's happening a lot because even these guys were hiding. We figured it out. There must be so much more, right?
Yeah.
They're not responsible for everything. It's like saying Disney's literally responsible for everything. They're responsible for a lot, but not everything.
Yeah, exactly. Sweet Baby was just the cracked out canary in the coal mine that kind of opened it up, and now it's like, you know that these guys were the ones that were found. There's probably a dozen companies like them. And if there isn't companies hiring Sweet Baby, it's because they have their own internal teams, just like what Square is doing. I guarantee you that almost every major developer has a couple of these people just to fucking raise their fingers and be like, no, you can't have that, you can't do that, you can't do this. So, yeah, not fucking surprising, really fucking pathetic. I heard you say, "Are you fucking kidding me?" What made that when I was reading this statement? What made that jump out for you? I have it back on screen.
Um, specifically saying I try like it's kind of their personal goal to make sure it's seamless and not noticeable to the user when they cut something out. Like
Yeah.
they really want it to not be obvious and they want to hide that fact.
Mhm.
And obviously in the posting and the way they're saying that is more like we don't want to break up people's experience. Like if you see somebody that like edits poorly, you can tell when they're cutting somebody talking, right?
Yep.
Like in a video or anything. So they're trying to say like, "Oh, I just want it so it doesn't even seem like that line was ever there or whatever shit." Fuck you regardless, because why the fuck are you censoring stuff? But I kind of understand the phrasing. It was just kind of like a fuck you. What the fuck do you mean?
Yeah.
Reaction. Like, go fuck yourself. I fucking pissed me off. Whatever.
No, and so we've talked about a lot of stuff today about banning on one end or another, either banning or boycotting. So, you know, we've had Ubisoft here, and a lot of people are going to be boycotting them over that move, right? And then we have Australia literally banning pure art in the form of Coffin of Andy and Lele. Me personally, this is, as you guys know, the thing that fucking really grinds my gears. Just fucking banning things on a moral objective standpoint and being like, no, you can't have this, you can't do that, you can't do this. Any form of this sort of censorship is what drives me nuts. And then I personally, I don't advocate anyone else does, but I personally, that's where I don't spend my money. There is so many games that I've seen this get done to over the years, and it's been going on for years and years and years. Like fuck, we're in 2024, at least a decade, if not longer. This Destroy All Humans remake, I was excited for that. They were censoring shit in that. Didn't buy that. Sam and Max, one of my favorite point and clicks of all time, they remade them, censored it, also replaced voice actors because they were the wrong color. It's fucking sickening, and it's really made it hard for me to even enjoy modern gaming, because every time I look at a modern game, I'm just like, what's gonna ruin it? I know these people are lurking around, and someone is going to fucking ruin it, and they're going to destroy this one way or another. And that's why I've been trying to celebrate and nitpick the little games out there that don't pull this shit. You know, the RoboCops. Why do you think I like Andy and Lele so much? It's because it's so unabashedly brutal and in your face. And so it's like, well, there's no censorship here. They're fucking going balls to the wall. Why do you think I like horror so much? Is because it's like you're either a 0 or 100 in horror. So I like knowing where a company fucking stands, and I would just love to see all these companies get a spotlight put on them for all the wrong reasons. Because just seeing this, I have zero interest in any Square Enix games going forward. Not until they say we're not doing that anymore.
Yeah.
I don't care. Like knowing that they hire this person. And here's the thing. I know that these people are hired everywhere. That doesn't mean that I will never play a Square Enix game again in my life. But me personally, I'm going to try to avoid buying their games if I see this sort of shit. Not interested in Forspoken, not interested in whatever this person is working on, if I become aware of it. I hate everything. Let's read some chat, and then we can get to the next story.
This is a shitty one.
Yeah.
So this is I bought a PS5 for this game that's coming out.
Yeah.
I literally bought my PS5 for the part 2. So
that's the thing.
And I know that they censored.
So unavoidable.
I know they censored the first part. If anyone is wondering, I will just say right now, the two things I noticed at least. Honeybee Inn, there's like a lot of gay references that I think were gone, and there's some like weird skeevy references that it's like they're being predatory towards Tifa, if I remember correctly. It's been a while. Mm-hmm. And then the other thing is that I think there's like a line where Tifa says like, "Oh, you're retarded" at one point or something to someone, and I didn't see that in the first part. Mm-hmm. So I don't know what they're going to take out of the second part. But, you know, like we said, we all have that line of things that we still have to see because we have to see. This game I'm still buying, but it obviously, it hurts me. It hurts. Yeah. No, it hurts,
I get it.
But...
And, you made me play through Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I got to that Honeybee Inn not knowing the former content, and it really feels like in original Final Fantasy, Cloud putting on a dress and everything is like a joke. It's something to be mocked at. It's silly. But
and they celebrate it in this one, right?
It's more of so like it's like oh, look at him, slay queen. It's like, oh, isn't he pretty? Wouldn't he make a pretty girl? And it's not really, he's not really bashed. I mean,
it just hit me now what the other thing was. I think there was like a reference to underwear or something weird as well.
I think
in the first one that they took out. Yeah. And it was like creepy and questionable on like because Japan has different age and stuff. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
They got like weird shit there. So
Yeah, no, it's
yeah, but I
fucking
agree with you
tiresome.
on the cloud thing. Like the cloud thing, they were making it like more comedic in the first one. It's more like jarring, and then in that one, it was like a slay queen kind of situation. It's like that's not really what's going on.
This is why I want you to play Thousand Year Door before me, because you are gonna know if there is any Nintendo Treehouse shit that they change. Because that's what Nintendo does. Is I
They
love
already have.
Nintendo. Yeah, they've changed one line,
They've
but you could
already changed things.
they've changed one line in Thousand Year Door, but you could argue that that was just like a creative choice. Go on, yeah, sorry.
Two,
What's the other thing?
Lunkhead, and the Fire Emblem reference. That's two things
That's right.
in a short trailer.
But that wasn't to do like the Fire Emblem one. I don't agree with it, but it could just
It's
be
the relevance. It's a relevance thing.
Yeah.
I get that. I get.
yeah.
The Lunkhead thing, it doesn't make sense to me. Maybe they thought the other insult was more aggressive. I don't fucking know.
Yeah, but I'm thinking there's some fuckery, so I want you to play that first, and you let me know what else they've changed, because they absolutely could be changing stuff. Yeah, I don't know. It's just the fucking state of modern gaming. Fucking modern state of modern media in general is just so shit,
Yeah.
and this is why you have to so pick and choose and see what. I mean, you don't have to. I just do. I have to pick and choose and see what I enjoy and what I don't enjoy, because I hate rewarding these people with money. That's the worst thing in the world. I don't fucking care if they do it. If I don't give them money, go fuck yourself. Done. I'm done with you. Goodbye. I learned my lesson from Star Wars. I learned my lesson with everything. Goodbye. I'm going to play the good shit. I'm going to watch the good shit.
The thing I battle with, and I'm not like even saying it, like I don't think it's excusable in this situation either. The thing I battle with is like how large do these companies get and who's speaking on behalf of them, and how aware are the original people that this is happening.
Yeah.
You know, like because you delegate decisions like as a CEO, how much do you like pay attention at the very top, or do you trust the people below you to follow within your vision, right? So I always have this like, and I'm not even saying it's a thing with the Square Enix thing. It's just something I've thought about for a while. Like, how many companies probably have a core group of people that actually do want to follow the original thing and don't want to censor things or anything like that, but then there's certain people you hire in and they take the liberty of doing it.
Video games.
And they're talking and they're running their mouth. And then there's like this quiet group of people that's like, what the fuck? We never signed off on that or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah, video games are a weird beast, because usually with a film you tie it to the director and that's who it's tied to. But video games are made by increasingly large groups, and nobody is seen, with rare exception, nobody is seen as like the one person. And that company that owns the rights to that game can, regardless of who the game designer was, who the writer was, who coded it, who did this or that, they can change whatever they want, and they get away with it. There's not usually a sole voice. There is in some occasion when you have cult of personalities like, Randy Pitchford, or fucking what's his name, Last of Us guy, Neil Druckmann.
Yeah.
Where like you can say, oh, those are the sole people for that game. But for these bigger games, like any Square Enix games, like I can't name you anybody that worked on Final Fantasy VII that should be the one arbiter. With Nintendo, you got Miyamoto, and it's usually him.
But even then, those are sometimes cult of personalities that get the attention, but they're not necessarily responsible for
Yep.
everything, right?
Mhm.
So, like, there'll be things that they'll also get blamed for that they're not even involved in. Or on the flip side of that, they're getting credit for things that they actually
Had
didn't
nothing
do
to
at
do with.
all, just
Yeah.
because they're the ones that were popular or known, right? Like
Yep.
Reggie, like Miyamoto, whoever. I'm not saying that they don't contribute a lot, but it's also like, but do you really get credit for me liking this specific Mario game because this decision was made? Did you implement that? No. Did you build that? No. So that's why I'm always just like, as these companies grow, and as we said, so many of these companies are bloated, their budgets are bloated, they're hiring in people. And like I said, you see this in the tech industry a lot where you hire like a person to manage a person because the group's getting bigger, and then you hire a person to manage that group, and then you split the responsibilities, and then to make the decisions, it goes from like one person to like 10 people together making that decision.
Yeah.
And like as these companies grow, you're choosing, and that's the whole hiring process, is like the big thing you're doing is putting faith in that the people you are hiring are making the proper decisions. And when you hire them and you interview them, you're trusting that they are doing what you want them to do and what is best for the company. Is that always true? No, because there's so many people that drag in their own politics and whatever else, right? And that's the unfortunate truth of it.
Yeah.
But it's like, do these people at the very, very top always believe that? And I'm not saying that they shouldn't be at fault for it, but I don't know. It's just something I think about a lot. Like, how, you know, like you even look at Disney and companies like that, like how giant are there, and what is the percentage of people that agree with the direction Disney's going in? What percentage doesn't agree?
Right.
And
Yeah.
what is the weight of those
How many
people's
people
roles? You know,
like went to college forever, starved themselves, and their dream job was just Disney, and they get there, and it's a fucking nightmare reality. But they can't say anything, or else they're fired, and they just have to fucking do their work and write exactly what they're told to write. And they're just stuck there in like this Twilight Zone edition of like, this was my dream job, and now I hate it here. And that's the thing. It's so tough. It's so tough. I personally, I just take the easy road of like, oh, is this what they're doing? The only way to let them know is to vote with your wallet. That's the only way. They don't care if you whine and cry and complain over on Twitter if they're still making a profit. So I very happily tell them on Twitter very often, cool, I'm not playing your game. I can't wait to see it fail. Look at Suicide Squad. What a fucking mess in every corner of it. And Sweet Baby's just one factor of that. I am so happy, and I take so much enjoyment in just tweeting them and being like, this looks like shit. You're not getting my money. The Arkham trilogy is like my favorite trilogy of video games ever. You're not getting this from me. Fuck you. And I can't wait to see you fail. I would be shocked if Suicide Squad turns a profit at this point. Yeah. So that's what you have to do. That's what you have to do. You have to vote for your wallet. I'm not going to tell anyone how to spend their money. That's just me personally. When I see this stuff, I'm like, no, thank you. I'm not rewarding you. I'm not rewarding you for literally ruining the thing that I have loved my entire life, which is video games as a medium. I was literally thinking the other day when I was playing RoboCop that it's like, man, it's something so special about this game. Literally my game of the year. Talking about two of my favorite games of the year in this episode. But it's just the ability to expand on this film that I already love and live in it and be the character that I've fallen in love with and make decisions on him and think about what he's thinking and feel like I'm in that role and in that position. That's also what I loved about the Batman games. Like, that's special. That's something that can only happen in video games. But now we're employing people because of people that complain that more often than not don't even buy these games. You are having people in positions that they're like, nope, you can't say that. No, you can't do that. No, this is going against the current trend of culture.
No,
Fuck
the
that.
story has to be about me, not about this character. It has to be
that.
more realistic to this.
What happened to shock value? What happened to pushing the envelope? What were we watching earlier? We were watching 1998 wrestling, and the shit they were saying was shocking to us. And I already knew it was coming, but they were still throwing some curveballs our way, and it was like, did they fucking really just say that? That's amazing. That's incredible. And they said it because they wanted to say it, because it was a creative and fun environment where you could create storylines that were wild. That was why it was so popular. And, you know, at the time in early and mid-2000s gaming, that's why it was so popular. Who knew what we were going to get? Who knew that we'd get a sexy, badass Prince of Persia with Warrior Within? Who knew that we would get, you know, Jade being nominated for Sexiest Girl and her doing like a whole Girls Gone Wired ad? So anyway, long rant. I hate the modern world. I hate modern gaming. I'm still going to celebrate the few games that don't follow this trend. And I'm going to
By the way, Rumble, welcome everyone that's hanging out. We have 19 people watching right now because we're on the front page of gaming at the moment.
Oh my god. Thank you guys for hanging out and watching us rant about the absolute state of video games over on the Melee Madness podcast. I hope you guys are enjoying the show and having a good time. Let's talk to some chat. If you're in Rumble, feel free to come hang out in the chat. First off in the chat over on Kick, what a special guy. Top Kid Prolapse says, yeah, cool story. Tell him to show his wide butt. Me? Then he says, yeah, cool story. He needs to put his butthole in the air. Oh, okay. And then he says, yeah, I want to make him prolapse. If you don't know what it means, look it up on stream. Oh, okay, got it. Prolapse. Is that related to Proteus, one of my favorite retro boomer shooters ever?
I think so.
Wow. Top Kid Prolapse, you got to play Proteus. If you like prolapsing, you're going to love Proteus. You're going to love it. Internet Crusader says Honey Pop is pretty. Hell yeah, I love Honey Pop. I love favorite puzzle game of all time. Elvis says Honey Pop is great. I like the Treasure of Nadia. Jerry Crow says non-ironically today learn of AO. I always thought it was rated R. Yeah, R is more film. AO is video games by the ESRB. Jerry Crow says you do learn every day even if you know everything. That's true, and Jerry does know a lot. Paul says I don't play any AO games. Paul, stay off them. Stay off them. I was saying this to Dude the other day. Every time that you want to look up Rule 34, you just turn on DuckTales, right? You just fucking throw on that DuckTales. That way, every time you get horny, you think of ducks, and it solves all your problems. Elvis says they took away guns for protection, and now look, it went to shit. Authoritarians are best compared to China. Shaka says AC2 Brotherhood and Black Flag were good. I loved the opening of Black Flag, and then right when you get into that opening town, I'm like, oh, it's just Assassin's Creed. It was like I opened it. I was so excited to open my gift, and I'm like, oh, look, more Assassin's Creed. But the opening that wasn't Assassin's Creed, I liked, and I stopped playing once I got to that town, and I'm like, it's fucking Assassin's Creed. I haven't liked any of these games. Maybe I'll try it again someday, though. Elvis says, I remember when Working Design banned users that made sexy fan art when their games literally had sexier fan art in the game itself called bromides. This was for Lunar Games. Internet Crusader says, Forspoken. Yes, more like Forwoken. Elvis says, Forspoken trash. Sweet Baby is a symptom of the industry that has been had this rot for too long. Couldn't have said it better myself. And then the chat decided to fuck on me. Oh, there it is. Jonathan says, I think I found a new game for James in Forspoken. No. For the love of... Did you see how happy I was yesterday just walking around Detroit doing literally nothing for hours? Why? Why must I suffer?
Forspoken. I know nothing about it, and I'm happy not knowing anything about it, except for that it sucks.
I would rather hang out with Top Kid Prolapse than play Forspoken. Elvis says Coral Island was disappointing, a Stardew Valley type game. I tried to find an actually attractive townsperson that wasn't a certain thing or fugly. Found one, talked to them. Their portrait had stretch marks. I have to check those boxes. Jonathan Savis says, damn, Elvis. Internet Crusader says Forspoken's writing was awful, but that doesn't excuse the horrible pacing and design. Exactly. It was one of those from the top down, just terrible. Don't tell Jonathan that, though. Elvis says, yeah, it's hard not to be turned off on these devs. I'm surprised I liked Hogwarts as much as I do. I guess it wasn't as aggressive. Turns out for Hogwarts, there was internal meetings that got, like, I think, leaked in their art book, effectively, to make things a certain way. The thing is, you didn't really notice it that much unless you're looking for it. Like, look, I pay attention to this shit too much. I play Hogwarts. Of course I fucking notice it. You're telling me this takes place in London? This game takes place in London before World War I, and I'm the only white character. So I'm just saying, if you look hard enough, it's definitely there in Hogwarts. But it had like great gameplay and great open world design, and it wasn't as aggressively in your face. But it was there. They were just really smart about it. Internet Crusader says if the game was really...
that game got fucked on both sides, though, right? Because people were pissed at J.K. Rowling.
Yeah.
But then they were also putting all that stuff in. So at the end, nobody was happy.
But
and
did
that's
it
why
get
it's
fucked?
really...
It was the top-selling game last year.
Because I think people will revolt more against cancellation campaigns than they will against boycotting. I think that's what it proved.
Yeah.
You're more likely to purchase to revolt against a cancellation and say that's not okay versus boycotting a game. But that game suffered from both. It's just that one was louder than the other, in my opinion, right? And by the time you realize that was a thing, well, you've already bought it because you wanted to stand up for somebody that was getting canceled, right? So,
Yeah.
But it's just, my point is that you shouldn't pander to any audience. You should just create what you want, because ultimately people are going to be pissed off anyways. So just do what you envision should happen, right?
Right. Internet Crusader says if the game was really good other than shitty writing, it would have been acceptable, but the game is literally a terrible mess in every fucking way. Elvis says it's funny how terrible game and woke seem to go hand in hand. Strange that stories don't work when you focus on diversity and political messaging more than characters and story. 100%. Internet Crusader says the same mindset that puts self-insert narcissism before quality story also puts the same narcissism before quality mechanics. Elvis says Rockstar used to be the visionary type. You could say Baldur's Gate 3 is still like that. Yeah, well, Kay, you're going to be playing it, so you got to let me know. Internet Crusader says they want to put their narcissism on full display and good game mechanics take away from it. Elvis says this is why they want characters that represent them. Love female characters, but they have to be characters and cool, not be overweight in a way that makes no sense of the game. Jonathan says James is a bit quiet tonight. What the hell is going on? My ears should be bleeding. Do you want me to turn it up for you, Jonathan? I can do that for you. Elvis says Blizzard is like that dream job turned hellscape for devs, I'm sure. Have a good night, Internet Crusader. And Elvis also says you can see the wokeness creeping in on that Tomb Raider 2013 game. All the concept art would show Laura in her underwear or sexier, but the final product, she was fully clothed. That's a good point, because I'm seeing a lot of people that are Tomb Raider fans praising the Tomb Raider re-release. Oh, okay. Wait, you're saying right. Sorry. You're talking about the Tomb Raider. Yeah,
The one that's titled Tomb Raider.
yeah, the newer one. Yeah, no, 100%.
And Rise of the Tomb Raider and blah blah blah.
Well, that is a game that I fucking boycott, because if you launch that game, every single time it forces you to read a message saying this game was made by a diverse group of people that meet this box and this box and this box, and we should celebrate it. Every time you launch that game. Maybe not that one, but one of the games in the trilogy I tried, because it's a trilogy. I tried one, and every fucking time you launch that game, it has to say that. And I'm like, no, I'm going to go play Doom again.
Isn't that a Ubisoft thing? I swear I've seen that in front of Assassin's Creed games before.
Makes sense why. I guess the only Ubisoft game I've played in the past decade is South Park. That
Hey,
didn't have it.
when you buy the subscription service for Ubisoft, like when you're paying each month, does it say that to you? Like,
This subscription service was made by a talented group of diverse people. Shut up. Just stop. I don't care what people look like. Just employ the best people. Shut the fuck up.
100%.
Jonathan Davis says, I need to buy that art book. For Hogwarts, I mean, you 100%ed the game. Why not 100% the art, right? Oh.
He's talking about Tomb Raider.
Oh, Tomb Raider. Oh, right. Tomb Raider. Yeah, the sexy art in Tomb Raider. That's right. Okay. Oh, my God. I don't know how many more stories that... I don't know how much I can go into more. But let's see if we can hammer out some of these stories, and then we can get to our final segment. Where is the next one I want to talk about? Right. Once it opens. Oh, my God. I pressed the wrong button. I'm slipping today. Boom.
You're fine.
Right over here regarding Smite 2, porting all 1,600 Smite skins to Smite 2 would take a 246 person years of work, Dev says. Whoa, what was that? One of the talking...
Fuck? Are you serious?
What?
Sorry, the title. This is one of the stories I had no clue about. So even just hearing that title, I just knew we were talking about Smite.
Yeah.
And that they were going through shit, but that's fucking hilarious.
One of the talking points coming out of the reveal of Smite 2 is developer Hi-Rez Studios' decision not to port the original game skins, which many of the players have paid for, to the sequel. Free-to-play third-person multi-online battle... To say MOBA, launched in 2014. The sequel is built using Unreal Engine 5 with an alpha playlist planned for spring 2024, some 10 years after the original game came out. Smite was originally designed on Unreal Engine 3 back in the early 2010s and has stayed on that platform. While it has worked well for us, they say, 10 years is a long time, and work thus far in Unreal Engine 5 has shown us how exciting the future of Smite can be. See, he's not phrasing things in the Ubisoft way. He's saying positive. He knows that this is shitty, but he's saying, aren't you excited? Aren't you happy? He isn't saying you own nothing and you're going to fucking like it. In its keynote to announce Smite 2...
He's also like, anyways, whatever.
Sorry, what?
No, it's just like he's also like, it's fucking bullshit. Oh, it's going to take us so many people. It's going to take us like almost 300 people and years of work to port over skins.
Yeah.
It's skins! What the fuck are you saying?
We can just start okay. Let me skim this super quick here. In the keynote to announce Smite 2, Hi-Rez staff explained why it's not directly transferring over existing content from 1 to 2, highlighting just how big of a change is being made for Smite 2, calling Smite's move from Unreal Engine 3 to 5 a multi-generational leap. Hi-Rez has insisted it's not feasible to port all the content from 1 to 2 due to the time it would make. art director Ben Knapp, what kind of a name is that, said, currently, because we want to make sure all the content that goes into Smite 2 is strictly better, it takes about 2 months of work to get 2 months? No fucking way. Fuck off. 2 months of work to get one skin from Smite to Smite
Insane.
2. And that's
They
if
just
we...
want the fucking Overwatch money, man. They're just like,
Exactly.
oh, Overwatch did it, we're fine.
Yeah, even though, hey, I can go check in a second. What is Overwatch 2 rated on Steam? And that's if we just port it with effects without making other meaningful improvements. As of today, there's about 1,600 skins in Might, including mastery skins. Art producer Sherry Harney added, just to port every skin would take about 246 person years of work, and we couldn't do that and make Smite 2 as amazing as we knew it could be if we started fresh. This hard call, in quotes, was made early in development, Hi-Rez revealed. We believe that our players wanted a better version of Smite more than anything else. As a make good, Hi-Rez has created a legacy gem system that rewards Smite 1 players with virtual currency that they can spend on Smite 2 content. The amount of gems waiting for players in Smite 2 depends on how much they've spent in 1. For those who prefer to stick, the original Smite 2 won't replace 1. Well, that's bullshit. The original will continue to run as a standalone game and will see regular updates for the foreseeable future.
Doubt.
Yes.
Fucking doubt.
Fucking bullshit. And I really wanted to talk to the story, and I'm happy we got to it because this drives me nuts. I was interested in Smite for a long time. I never pulled the trigger on it, and I was interested in Smite 2, but this shit absolutely pisses me off. I have talked about this with Pinball FX, the sequel to Pinball FX 3, where they decided to not port over all of their tables that they brought over, and you had to buy them all over again for minimal upgrades. And if you're playing on the Switch like I do, it was actually a downgrade. It is not that hard to read accounts and say, oh, you bought this one over here, you get this thing for free. Yes, they have a lot of skins. 1,600 skins is a lot of skins. Taking 246 person, what was the quote? It's phrased super weirdly.
246 people, years of work. 246 employees would be years of work for those employees. That's insane.
Yeah. No. 246 people. No. You would need a
There's companies that don't even have 246 employees.
And Smite
like, what
makes
the fuck?
money. Yeah, no, you would need
like, what are you saying? Sorry, it's just, that's like honestly insane. That's honestly fucking insane. If you have 246 people working on this, they're not working efficiently. They're not working efficiently.
In the words of Chris Seaver, they are fucking redundant cunts. So, yeah, you would need a couple people full-time to be putting on the work to make sure that the skins are checked. Make sure that they still look proper, they're still functional, and it doesn't break anything new. And then also make sure that the accounts that bought them over in Smite 1 get them properly transferred over to Smite 2. That is all you need. Is it a lot of skins? Yes. Is it a lot of work? Yes. But I think it's absolutely worth it. And it is not that insane to do. Other games have done it.
Do a gradual rollout.
Yeah.
You, instead of saying it takes 246 people years of work to make this happen, say, hey guys, it's going to take us a while, but don't worry, because this game is, we're committed to this. This is the new game we're doing. We're going to start doing it. It's just going to take a while.
You set
you guys will get your
skeleton
eventually.
crew of a legacy team with their sole factor being transfer over the content over time.
Exactly.
You take records of what everybody
it can
owns
take
in the
two
first
fucking
game.
years.
Yeah. People
It's
will be happy
fine.
as long as it's coming.
Yeah.
That's fine. That's fine. And they're
do it in
banking
release
on
cycles.
this.
Be like, this week we're giving you guys these 10 skins.
So their answer,
and then next month, same thing.
And their answer to it is that they're still running Smite 1, which I actually think that's kind of a mistake because now you're splitting your potential audience. They're saying that Smite 1's going to keep getting updates for the foreseeable future. That's bullshit. They're going to be minimal as hell. Most people are going to want to go to the new and improved Smite 2.
Oh, fuck off. They already mentioned this with Overwatch, remember? Overwatch, it was like, yeah, you'll still have Overwatch and blah, blah, blah. And now it's like, oh, no, there's no more Overwatch 1.
Yeah, no,
It's
you're going to see the exact same thing. So this has really... I was going to try Smite 2. I was really interested in it. This has kind of killed my interest. Even though I've never touched Smite 1, and this doesn't matter to me at all as a player, personally, because I would be starting fresh regardless. This is just bullshit. This is 100% bullshit. This is an excuse because they knew that they were going to get this question. And yeah, they don't want to do the work, one. It's not as much work as they say.
They think their customers are stupid. They straight up think their customers are stupid.
Mm-hmm.
Why would you say that statement to me? Like anyone in the right mind would be like, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
If somebody gave you that number, you're stupid for believing it.
It's a free-to-play game. They want to generate new sales. If they bring everyone's existing content over, those whales that they have in their customer base are going to be content with the stuff they already bought instead of forcing them to buy new shit. And you know that they're going to be re-releasing the popular skins out of those 1,600. Because they didn't say they weren't getting rid of all of them. They're bringing some of them over. What percentage, we don't know. But this is their loophole to be like, but you get to charge for it again. So they're not taking any account transaction over. You're going to get legacy tokens or whatever, and that's it. That's the nice parting gift. So I hate it. I hate this about online games. I've bought in skins many a times in the past in various games, and anytime I see this shit happen, it drives me fucking nuts. And it is 100% bullshit.
You know what makes this more funny? Well, I didn't properly announce it, but I kind of mentioned it to people who listen frequently to what we say. The next Melee Town Square is going to be about avatars and showing off your favorite cosmetics.
Oh, I would love if someone plays Smite to show off all the stuff that they're not going to be able to keep.
So yeah, the whole topic is talking about your favorite cosmetics in games or the most ridiculous ones. I know the horse stuff will come up, the hair colors for me in DOA, stuff like that. So yeah, I just thought I'd mention that. That's gonna be the next Melee Town Square in February. We're gonna be talking about our avatars and I was proud of getting this skin. This is how I did this, or I got this in a loot drop or whatever. So
yeah. So that was that. Let's see if I can squeeze in a couple more stories in here. Fuck Smite. That has completely killed my interest. Guess I'm sticking to HOT. Stay tuned for an inevitable HOT stream. A lot of people have asked for it. Isman's asked for it. Elvis has asked for it. Fractured Filters asked for it. So right there is like a whole freaking team. So HOT's sometime soon. HOT's redemption arc, everybody. Blizzard gang. Let's see here. Jonathan David says, I call BS. He says, this is why I don't spend a lot of money on online games. Never a good idea because, yeah, you're pretty much just paying to unlock something that you don't actually own. You don't own any of this stuff, just like Ubisoft wants, and this is what happens when you give into online stuff. You get fucked. Elvis says, the claim of 246 years of work, that they didn't do that for Smite 1 even. That's right. It didn't take 246 years to make Smite. Were they working on Smite in the Dark Ages? Fucking everyone's getting the bubonic plague, and it's like, I really got to get this level done. Sorry, guys. I'm going to get sick. I will go to the coal mines later. I really just have to finish this skin here. God, I can't believe this. My great-grandchildren aren't going to be able to play this game that I'm making. Do we get health benefits? No? Fucking insane. Jonathan says, they don't, then don't make a new game. Pull a WoW. Yeah, exactly. But this is an excuse to generate more money. Jonathan says, best of skins, it's easy. Elvis says, Overwatch 2 also did the legacy tokens as well. It was confirmed trash there. They're selling old skins for $20. Exactly. It's going to have a completely new monetization system. It's going to blow up. People are going to hate it. It's going to be a fucking mess. I'd be surprised with this news. This is like the first crack in Smite 2. Watch. You're going to see more stuff roll out, and by the time it's out, it's going to be fucking negative on Steam. It's coming out on Steam. Jonathan says, I have some old skins that I can bring for Smite, James. Hell yeah, there we go. We got our Smite representation. Okay, let's see if I can quickly squeeze in some more here. This is a quick one, and I talk a lot of shit about Last of Us. And I talk a lot of shit about Sony. But I just wanted to quickly highlight something good for a change, because I don't want to constantly bash. Look at this. I couldn't even find an article about this, just a tweet, and this is good. Hey, if any of you people actually play Last of Us, not fucking me, this is really good to know. As you know, Last of Us 2 is getting another redundant remake because people keep giving them money for this fucking shitty game, and the remakes don't actually do anything. Look at this here. Sony is refunding people of The Last of Us Part 2 Remaster who have the digital PS4 version because at launch day, the upgrade is just going to be $10. For example, someone pre-ordered it for $50 but can upgrade it at launch for $10 because they own it. And this is what happens if you actually ended up buying this game on PSN separately. This is a message you get from Sony. Regarding your pre-order for The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, thank you for your pre-order of Last of Us Part 2 Remastered from the PlayStation Store. As an owner of the PS4 digital version of Last of Us Part 2, a digital upgrade to the PS5 digital version will be available at a deeply discounted price on launch day. We don't want you to lose out on that opportunity, so as a gesture of goodwill, we have refunded your purchase for the pre-order of the PS5 version of Last of Us Part 2 Remastered so that you may purchase the digital upgrade on launch day. Rest assured that by purchasing the digital upgrade, you will also receive any pre-order bonuses included in your original pre-order. The refund amount is paid back to your original payment method. This method may take up to 60 days to appear on your statement. If for any reason we are unable to issue the refund, the amount will be credited to your network wallet. So just a quick little note. I actually thought that was pretty fucking great. I hate this game, and I usually have a lot of issues with Sony, and they could have just taken the money and, you know, pleaded ignorance. Like, oh, well, the customers screwed themselves. They should have known, because this isn't the first game that had the PS upgrade. I did this for Uncharted 4. Note that they didn't mention there, if anyone is actually interested in this, this will, I would say 99% likely work with your physical copy as well, because that's what I did with Uncharted 4. I wasn't really interested in Uncharted 4. I bought the game super used, physical, put it into my PS5, $10 upgrade, and that was all I needed to do. That was the cheapest way to get the game. So if you have Last of Us, the names even fucking confuse me. Last of Us
Part
2 on PS4 physical, I would also wait because you're going to get that $10 upgrade. But that was super cool, in my opinion, of Sony to do. It's a shitty game, and I fucking hate Neil Druckmann, but hey, it was good for them not, like, they could have just taken the money and no one would have complained.
It's such a weird situation. It's such a like strange situation because it's such a redundant like game anyways to put on the PS5.
It is, and it's getting
Yeah.
a lot of flack for that. And
It's like-
I think it looks like fucking garbage. It actually looks worse.
This is a great gesture for them to say like, "Hey, this is the cheapest way to do it," like whatever. But like a part of me goes like, did they really even need to make this? And is a $10 upgrade even really
It
necessary?
really isn't, but people are
You know what I
buying
mean?
it. We only know this
So-
happened because somebody did buy it. They bought Last of Us 2 on PS4, and then they bought it again on PS5, and Sony had to step in and be like, take your money back. Like, no. The game is getting raked over the coals, and deservingly so, for looking like absolute fucking garbage. It actually looks like a downgrade. I have not played a single second of any Last of Us because I think they're all fucking garbage. I hate the story in all of them. I hate the gameplay in all of them. I think they all look like shit. All the characters are annoying. Best golf game ever, though. But this is good, and I liked seeing this, so I wanted to mention it. And in case anyone out there actually does like that game, there you go. Save your money.
But do they count this as a sale? Is my question.
Oh,
Because
okay, yeah.
You can say like, okay, yeah, you can up. So you're buying a game for $10 technically, right? If you are a PS5 owner and you for some reason like this game, this is a logical upgrade for you, I suppose, right?
Yeah.
So then is it technically that they're able to say this game sold well because people paid the $10?
I think so.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, so
I'm
that
not-
there is a nefarious there. You're
There
right.
has to
There's
right?
always, yeah.
Like-
There is always something up their sleeve, but you're 100%
because
right.
now you can call it a top selling game
You can literally
because
take
so many
double
people
sales.
upgraded their version.
And then they can put that in the ads and say, look how much.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. I wanted to be happy for a change, and look what you did. You fucking ruined it.
No, I agree with the sentiment of what you're saying because they could have just as easily not done any of that.
It's still
Right,
good
they
to
could
let
have
the
just taken the
potential customers
$50.
out there know, because not a lot of people know about this. So
Yeah, 100%, 100%. And the upgrade system's not always clear. Like it works with some games, and some games you just get locked out of a PS4 version and all that kind of stuff. So
the
it makes
PlayStation
sense.
is a mess with backwards compatibility. It's all over the place.
Yeah, like they don't have it quite down pat the same way that Xbox does.
Mhm.
It makes sense for us to talk about this and make people aware. It makes sense to compliment them that they're not taking this guy's $50 again, right?
Yeah.
But then my brain goes to, but what is the incentive? Because you obviously like this game is a hard sell. Like people are pissed at this game, right?
Yeah.
So what is the incentive? Well, if we sell a $10 upgrade, we can now say we made X amount of sales on this version because you're buying the PS5 version for
Yeah.
$10.
No, you're 100% right. You're
So you
right.
go to a discount bin somewhere, you find the the game used super super cheap,
Literally what I did for
and then
Uncharted
you just
4.
upgrade $10.
Yep.
Yeah. So people might just be like, oh yeah, I don't care. Sure, I'll give you $20 to play a game.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like $10 if you find it discounted or whatever. So
That's what I did.
it's just
Uncharted 4, I
interesting.
played it for 15 minutes. It was fucking garbage because Neil Druckmann slop, and I threw it against the wall. Yeah. No, you're 100% right. And you're going to see all these advertisements come out for the game. Bestseller, best game, millions of copies. It was only $10, and if you actually bought it and then we refunded you and you bought it again for $10, we count that as 2.
That's what I'm saying.
I know.
Because they'll take those pre-order numbers and then they'll still be like, oh, look, you bought it. Whatever, who cares? I
Ugh.
mean, at the same time, people, like, you can market the shit out of your games all you want. If it's not good, people know it's not good.
Yeah.
It just takes more time.
No, you're 100% right. Well, folks, look, I don't recommend you play Last of Us, but there you go. There's a fucking deal for you. But thank you, Kay, for reminding me that everything in this world is shit, and there's always nefarious means behind everything.
I wasn't trying to be negative. I just,
No,
to
you're
me, I was
right.
trying to work the logic of why you would decide to do
I
that.
know. This is why you're the business person, and I'm the pretty face. Because I just go, ooh, teedly-dee. And you're just like, that's nice. Pat on the head. You fucking, you're pulling the strings. Exactly. Paul says, what? Melee Games talking shit? No, never. I never do that. I never talk shit about anything, ever. Jonathan Davis says, please buy our shitty game. Exactly. And he says, Neil bought all of the copies. Yeah, Neil can spend the $10. What's that? We're low on sales. Neil Druckmann comes in. I need to be famous. I need to be fucking famous. They'll take photos of me next time. I'm becoming Todd. Which Todd? Todd Pettingale from early 90s WWF? No one knows who I'm talking about. Okay.
I know who you're talking about.
You know Todd
I watch
Pettingale?
wrestling.
You want to
I
see?
do.
You want to see a cool scene with Todd Pettingale right now?
Sure, but it's on a delay for me, so you can show them.
Okay. This is literally, I don't even think you know this. Here you go. Where? Oh my god. Wait, can I not find this? Can't find anything today. No. Okay, never mind. Hold on. I thought I could find this easily. You know what? It's fine. Okay, wait. No. No, I can't. I was trying to find the Tickle Me Elmo Sunny scene. It's fine. Let's talk about more gaming news.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I
It's
know,
fine. It's fine. It's fine. Let's talk about more gaming news.
I think we have time for like one more article before we go to
Probably
everything.
one more if I can squeeze it in. Let's see if we can do it.
Anything goes, I should say.
Yeah. Okay. Let's see if I can squeeze this in right here. Gary's Mod user creates map 2,000 times bigger than observable universe. A Gary's Mod user has released a map that is a 1-to-1 scale of over 2,000 universes side by side. The map, which you can find here, is made to be literally impossible to travel normally. It would take literal eons in order for users to move around. You'll need this special add-on with tools to help you travel in digital light years. One popular Twitter user humorously pointed out that the idea that we live in a simulation is seemingly more and more likely, while Gary's Mod multiverse lacks complexity. I fucking can't talk already. It makes up for it in sheer scope. Reality can't be a simulation. Motherfuckers, watching a low poly map 2048 times the size of the known universe gets uploaded to the Gary's Mod Steam workshop. Compared to the 2048 universes clumped together, just our Earth, or heck, our entire solar system is infinitely smaller. So maybe they have a point. I just wanted to show this because this is fucking cool. And this is insane. And this is an insane fucking mod to exist. Kay, do you have any thoughts on that?
I just find it funny because there's games like No Man's Sky that have promised this, or like what's that other game that's coming out soon?
It's from the same makers of No Man's Sky,
Yeah.
Literal Earth, or whatever it's called,
Yeah.
Earth 2. Yeah.
And they keep promising like these huge worlds. Starfield even promises shit, right?
Mhm.
It's like, oh, you just use Gary's Mod. Someone actually did it.
Some fucking mad lad with fucking Gary's Mod of all things threw this in. That's
Yeah.
fucking amazing. So I just love that. I want to know, like there's some madman out there that's currently traversing that, right? There's someone out there that is like just going to town and seeing if he can find anything. I want to know if something's hidden. I want to know, like, 50 years from now, if someone found it, if someone has actually traveled that in some way, and if there's anything actually in there. I think that'd be really fucking cool. Do you believe we live in a simulation?
No, I don't know. That's too deep of a question.
Yeah, that's true.
I don't know. I don't know.
Okay.
We should ask chat.
Well, right now they're being asked who our sponsor should be.
Because I kind of believe in, like, yeah, I could see it. There's too many, like, coincidences that happen, you know? But then that also seems like a ridiculous idea. And then, yeah, I mean, you can get into higher beliefs and stuff like that, right? Then it wouldn't make sense. So I think I lean towards no, actually.
What if we just live in Gary's mod, though? Did you ever think about that?
Maybe. There you go.
All right, I'm gonna just quickly give one sentence responses to this final story, and then we're gonna get to our final segment. You ready? You ready for this? You ready for this? Okay.
Yeah.
There's a Resident Evil 2 mod that makes it into an FPS. That's really fucking cool. All you Resident Evil fans, there's a new Resident Evil 2 mod that turns it into a first-person shooter. It looks cool. Indiana Jones trailer for the new game came out from Xbox. I watched it. The game actually looks good to me. It actually looks good. One complaint. Can Indiana Jones fucking fight other villains for the love of God? I'm so sick of him having to fight Nazis nonstop. Fucking cut it out. And so it made me realize George Lucas is actually cool because in Temple of Doom and Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, he tried making Adventure Man actually go on different adventures. So gameplay, it looks good. It honestly gave me some Indiana Jones feelings. But it's like, again with the fucking Nazis, like, fucking make him do something else. We established with Temple of Doom that he is pretty much Harrison Ford's James Bond. And then finally, Sega brought in a Dreamcast and PS1 vet to go work with them. Did that make you excited, Kay? There you go.
Yes.
There you go. All right. Are you ready for Anything Goes?
Of course.
Hell yeah, you are. So, you don't know what I'm going to ask. I don't know what I'm going to ask. I have no memory. This is...
What do you mean? What? You're the one asking.
This is Anything Goes. So, okay, we're knee deep in fuck you, it's January. And this is the make or break month for everyone to see if they're going to follow on their New Year's resolutions. So what I ask of you is, while everyone's trying to stop being fat or quit smoking delicious cigarettes, what is your gaming New Year's resolution? Maybe it's beating a game you never got around to beating, or maybe you want to try a game that you've always been curious about, or hitting like a top rank or high score in a game you love. So I have one. I can go first if you need time to think. What is your gaming? And this goes for everyone in chat as well. What is your gaming? Not your real gaming New Year's resolution. Look, ice cream is too good. We're not losing weight. What is your gaming New Year's resolution?
I think my gaming New Year's resolution is to tie up loose ends with games that I've played but I haven't beat. So there's a lot of games that I tend to sample because I like to play that way. I like to see, like, okay, am I going to be interested in this game or not? But then if I let a certain amount of time, go between playing again, like let's say I play once and then I wait a week and I play again, like the longer I wait, the more likely I am to not finish that game. Whereas if I played in succession together, then I will. So my goal is to actually knock some of those off my list and say, hey, I started this game, I'm actually going to beat it. I want to see what the end is. Because you can say you like a game or you don't like a game, but if you don't beat it from start to finish, you can't fully give a, opinion. Like you can give an opinion, but not a full opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
Because an ending can make or break, right?
No, I 100% agree with you. And that's why I kind of, like, I really wanted to beat RoboCop last year. But then Super Mario RPG came around, and I'm like, I gotta give that attention. And then we had other shows come up, and it was weird to call it my game of the year when it's like, I don't know how it ends. We still haven't beaten it. I don't know how it ends. It could be totally ruined. So until you put a pin in it, and this is a problem with journalists and all that stuff as well, you never know really if a game is worth playing until you beat it. So I like that. So you have gaming ADD. I know this about you.
I have two. So that was the first one.
Oh.
The second one is to try to find a modern game that is actually good, that I can fully recommend.
Ooh. Because you didn't really have one last year. Did you?
I had Sea of Stars until they pulled their shit.
That's true. Okay, that's a good
And
one.
technically, if I had actually played Pizza Tower, I think that would have been the one. But I only
Pikmin?
watched you play it. I didn't launch it myself. So
Pikmin for you. Maybe that would be it. You liked Pikmin.
yeah, Pikmin 4. Yeah,
you go.
yeah, I would say so. So last year, Pikmin 4. But I want to, I think there's so many people that find the negative and everything, and I'm not saying I don't. I mean, how many hours have I just spent shitting on the modern industry? But I think people need that like small white pill to be like, hey, there is still some good out there. So I want to find a game that I can fully stand behind that
Yeah.
was launched this year.
Do you have any predictions? Can you think of any? It's hard to say what's coming out this year. For me, I have 2 games I'm excited for this year.
My guess would for myself would either be if Killer Clowns launches this year,
Yeah.
or actually I have 3. The Mario Donkey Kong game,
That's
I think
soon.
could.
Coming out very
Yeah.
soon.
And then I think Peach could be. I think Peach will probably be it.
That's one of mine. That's my number one. I don't even think it's going to be amazing, but that's like the game I'm looking forward to the most. The other one, Helldivers 2. I'm excited for. I think that's going to be really good. I think that's going to be the sleeper hit of the year. I think that's going to be my RoboCop of the year. That's going to be the game where I'm going to be screaming from the hilltops. Maybe it'll disappoint me, but yeah, those are good answers. I like that. You beat mine. You beat me today. How dare you?
It's just off the top of my head. I don't fucking know.
That was good. And I had Batman prep time. All right. You want to know mine?
Yeah, of course.
So there's this awesome local arcade near us filled with retro arcade machines. You may have seen some of our videos on Twitter from them, or we've also done YouTube shorts over there. One of the coolest parts of this arcade is that they have an online high score for every game in there. And last I checked, I currently hold the record for Smash TV, but my bloodlust has not been sated. Just like my literal father, Billy Mitchell, I must reach the high score in another game by any means necessary. And that game is Simpsons Arcade. Simpsons Arcade. That's the game that I'm gunning for at my local arcade. Simpsons Arcade has a hard lock on its score. So we're looking at it right now. As you can see, like the game, you can't like farm enemies really. It has like a start and a finish, and you just have to kill as many people as possible. To get the high score, you have to play solo because you don't want to share your score with anybody. But over at this arcade here, I am literally 5 points away. I beat it last time we went there, solo run, and I got 5 points away from tying the current record holder. And as God is my witness, as God and Billy Mitchell is my witness, by the end of the year, we're going to visit that arcade again. And just like Billy is king of Kongs, I'm becoming the king of the Simps. We're going to do it. That's my New Year's resolution.
That's a great one. I don't know why you even compared it to mine. That's cool. I love that because it's very old school, right?
We're going to do it.
I'm just
Not
saying
a
I'm going to
conventional
fucking play
game
a
to become
game.
best in the world in. I love Simpsons. I'm wearing my Bart shorts right now. I'm going to wear all Simpsons merchandise. Go over there. We're going to film it for you. And I'm going to get that top score. I know the strat. I know what I need to do. We're going to do it. King of the Simps. Coming this year. So you like it?
Yeah, it's a great answer. I love it.
Perfect. Perfect. Let's read chat and let's get the hell out of here. What do you guys think of the show? I hope you guys had a good time. First off, no, I don't. Every time I click YouTube chat, it's like, yeah, do you want to ban this person? Do you want to ban this person? No. Never, never, ever. Worst music genre. Rap won with 34%. Top 40 pop is 30. Country is 25. And rock is 10. You didn't put metal in there because that's just objectively the best genre.
I only had 4 options.
Let's see here. I am becoming Todd. Oh, Sweeney Todd. He meant Sweeney Todd. Yes, literally. Yes, perfect, perfect. Wow, Jonathan, a man after my own heart. Watch out, Dermy. There's a new kid on the block. Jonathan Davis says, like, why make this To Gary's mod, that is. Some people just want to watch the world burn, and some people want to create multiverses. Jerry Crow says, probably understand what is a simulation first. No offense. Jerry says, why do we make simulations? Jonathan says, Bomber. Oh, God, Bomber mod. Jerry Crow says, what would Lord Bomber simulate? Jerry Crow says, it is inevitable to see from any simulation we form what Gambit holds true. Jonathan Davis says, the great circle jerk. I can get down with that, can't you? Jerry Crow says, for example, architectural high-level CAD modeling, them are simulations. Jerry Crow says Gran Turismo is a simulation. 100% true. Gran Turismo was actually one of the first games that blew my mind. Not the first, but it was a game I played on the PS1 where I'm like, what? And that's always been a Gran Turismo staple, is like, how fucking high can they stack it? Jerry says, very apparent what is being simulated. It is quite Jerry's too smart for me. Costatial. Also, as simulations are the least varies possible. That fly there, imagine simulating that anywhere. Oops, yeah. Jonathan says to finish games, and I hate my life now. That's a good one. Yeah, no, you're similar to Kay. And you know what? I wasn't this way before, but ever since we started Melee Games, man, I love it so much. Every time I stream, and I can stream whatever I want, I ask myself, I'm like, what do I feel like playing today? And I want to give you guys like a fun show, and I want to have fun, or apparently suffer. And so even if it's a game that I'm like, oh, I got to beat this, and I just want to get this out of the way, sometimes I will put those games down on the back burner, and I'll be like, no, I feel like playing a Star Wars game, we're going to play a Star Wars game, or I feel like a Batman game, you know. So I've kind of developed gaming ADHD for you people, and I love it, honestly. Jonathan says, have a good night, I'll be lurking. Have a good night, Jonathan. Jerry says, you look nice, James. Why, thank you. And Jerry says, you look like you actually have marbles. Well, I had Pogs. I still have a Pog collection. A friend actually gifted me a nice Pog collection, but thank you for saying so, Jerry. Insidious Plus says, we all know you want to ban that one person.
You know who you are.
You know. That's right. Oh my God, folks. That was so fun. I don't know what we're doing in the meantime, but stay tuned, because guess what? When it's Melee Madness time, that means that Steam Roulette is not far around the corner. Steam Roulette, Steam Roulette, Steam Roulette. Jerry Crow says, this guy. Paul says, speaking of feel like playing, I'm pretty sure I'll be streaming Darkest Dungeon in a few minutes. Well, there you go. That's your after show, everybody. Go hang out with Paul. If you're still up, if you're still wide awake, Paul's going to be live very soon. All right, folks. So, fucking Steam Roulette coming up. Who knows what's coming up? Kay, do you have anything to say to the nice people before we get the hell out of here?
It was fun.
Excellent.
It's always a pleasure.
All right. And with that, I'm going to hit that funky music. And until next time, well, I'm going to say that for the end. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. Let's hit it. Thank you guys for hanging out for 4 hours while we talked about so many things. Oh my God. There is so much to talk about. Thank you guys for hanging out. That was so much fun. Let us thank all our lovely tippers of the night. First off, we had the Guitar Hero legend himself, Bobby Kotick, coming in. Thank you, Bobby. I hope you get your Guitar Hero dreams to come true. After that, it was the Chex Quest guy. Thank you, Mr. Chex Quest. Please don't cut up my asshole. Urkelos coming to cut up my asshole and give us a lovely sponsorship. Thank you, Urkelos. I appreciate you. After that, it was the Bill Cosby Breakfast. Hey, hey, hey. Thank you, Bill Cosby. And after that, it was my literal dad, Billy Mitchell, telling me to clean my room. Oh my God, did he say it in a Kermit the Frog voice? Thank you, Billy Mitchell. And then finally, to close off the night, Steve Wiebe himself coming in to fucking hate on me. Oh my God, Steve Wiebe, I'm so honored that you have become a detractor. You're the freaking best, Steve Wiebe. Thank you so much. You're freaking awesome. All of you guys are freaking awesome. Until next time, and there's gonna be a next time. So long, goodbye, good night, farewell, and see ya.